Hello, 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 everybody, and welcome to another Toonkind game. This is the next installment of Into Silence, Undertow. This is going to be part one of I am crossing my fingers, hopefully two. With these games, I never know. Anyways, uh, this is part one of Undertow, and will my lovely, lovely players go top to bottom?
Oh God. Hi, I'm Authorticity. I'll be playing Coriolis today, along with whoever else happens to wander into the background.
Yes. And we love them very, very much.
I realized I was the top of the order. Oh no.
Your name starts with A.
I always forget.
I hold you so gentle.
I hide behind magic.
And hi, I'm Magic. Today I am playing a slightly traumatized little goat man called Seeker.
Slightly?
Got it.
It's only gonna get worse from here.
Oh my gosh.
Hello, I am Oatmeal, and I'll be playing the Professor, time-traveling, alien spaceman.
Hi, I'm KT. I'm playing Sasha of the Vengeful Dead. And Sammy's sister, who is not happy.
And hello. I'm Tala, and today I am here playing Amber and Box Pyreson.
Who we love very, very much. All right. To start us off, this is going to be a medium angst game, potentially going into heavy, depending on exactly what gets talked about. This is intended to be a little bit of a cool down episode, this part at least. I glance over at my notes. Anyways,
I stare at you.
We're going to start off with the folks in the Ellipsis. How y'all doing?
Sad.
Bad.
The Professor is definitely keeping a close eye on Seeker.
I am very sorry to disappoint him. All Seeker has done is maybe tried to read books, but all he ends up doing is staring at a page for hours.
Well, that's all right. Boy. He makes a point of keeping the note they got last game in One More Day, because he has an idea of how it might be helpful later. The note they got from Sammy, to be clear.
Mm-hmm. And if you need, I can repost that letter into brain.
Yes, please.
That's all right.
Into the chat.
Sure, yeah. Honestly, it's less the words on it and more the actual piece of paper.
Mm-hmm.
But that is something that that he can't do anything with right now. So I think he's just sort of going through plans of action and okay, who's available, who's available to help, who's not, what should we do, what should we not do, how can everyone sort of best make use of the different items that Sammy left behind, etc. He's doing a lot more thinking than feeling, but this is kind of just how he's coping.
Yeah, and I think speaking of coping, I guess handshake Professor and Amber in more thinking than feeling, because I will say at the moment she is probably like just retreated to her to the workshop in the Ellipsis, and has basically just been working on stuff throughout the night. Like she would have taken a closer look at the arcane cannon that actual god gave her, but she can't think about that right now. To sort of design a more portable cannon, and while Amber has been doing that, Box in the meantime has probably also been just sticking by Seeker's side until at some point, a couple hours later, they end up getting called away to the workshop by Amber, and I guess now is a good time to post this particular thing. Because in the background, they've had a new design.
Oh my goodness!
It's a baby!
Oh,
They are taller now,
my
Oh, no.
goodness.
and they have easier to use weapons.
Probably because they
Yes.
can reach them.
Box.
Ah.
Stares at Seeker. They will become taller than you.
Everyone will become taller than him.
I'm sorry, Seeker. One day in the future, you will become the shortest in the group.
I've accepted this. He has not.
Oh my gosh. Box looks adorable.
And we love them. Hey, Amber, how long did that take you, by the way?
Oh man.
Right. Realistically, I'd say she's probably spending a lot of time, like just working on and preparing a bunch of projects that she hadn't quite finished, but will likely have some utility on the imminent rescue mission. So she has not slept.
All right. Since she has not slept, Amber, take 1 point of exhaustion.
Yeah, that is fair.
I give her a pat. Okay. All right. Does anybody else have anything else they want to add about emotional state? Oh, Sasha,
Yes.
you have not gone yet.
Oh yeah, no, I'm good. She is sad. She is angry. She is scared. She is many things. Her shading keeps going from muted swirls of those colors to brighter swirls of those colors to just red to just that cyan color to sometimes her just not showing it. And she's installed her new arm. It looks really cool. It has like a light projection hologram look to it. And she's just kind of honestly, she's trying not to feel too much either at the moment because that's not going to help the situation because they need to think about what to do. And she's definitely suggesting asking for Coriolis help.
Mm-hmm.
You really be out here the only one, like, feeling emotions.
She want to bite something.
I hold her so soft. All right. Coriolis and Seeker, you two have a connection with each other. Do you want to talk a little bit about that? Because you had told me that you had done something off screen to get the
never
news
got
out.
around to that actually.
Like, I know you guys had talked about it.
I guess. Well, what is Coriolis getting from Seeker? Because forgive me, but at this point, no, Coriolis knows nothing. The Vengeful Dead has not been notified in any way.
Mm-mm.
What Coriolis has probably gotten, is, I don't know if Seeker has, like, had a single coherent thought since, he decided not to have a mental breakdown inside of Prismatone, which is a first. But, see if I can organize my thoughts. I think Coriolis knows that, like, something did not go well. In fact, it went extremely badly. And it has something to do with Sammy.
Oh, cool. Sammy, the little kid that they've seen in very dramatic circumstances before. Okay, that's fine.
Sasha's little brother.
Yeah, you know, who sailed with their crew and who they consider a pretty good friend at this point. Yeah, that's Sammy. Okay. Over time, Seeker, you get more and more aware of this sort of persistent knocking on the door. Just they aren't trying to get through yet, but they are just like, hello, yes. They need information, please. If it's not an emergency, and if you get to it, just let them know.
There is no reply. Finger guns.
I think Coriolis will hand the helm over to Nona and go sit somewhere where they won't be interrupted, and they will they'll jiggle the doorknob, so to speak, just to see if they're being kept out or if they're just see what Seeker is projecting right now.
I will say if you like, quote unquote, try the door, it will not open right now, but just the vibes from in there are, like, very sort of an intense sadness sort of feel. Like you've just lost a limb. That sort of feeling when everything was going all right, and then you were, like, smacked in the face with devastating news. Because everything was going right, and he was smacked in the face with devastating news.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So they write a letter to Sasha.
I was about to say, Sasha would probably write a letter to Coriolis. But Coriolis might get to her first.
If they do, it's just something like, Seeker's not responding. Something's happened. Do you need us? Please respond.
I feel like she was trying to write a letter and then that shows up and she just quickly writes on that one, yes, writing a follow-up. And then a few minutes later, they get a more detailed letter saying, we need help. Sammy's been taken. We don't know what to do. Can we regroup with you? And she double checked with the professor, like, hey, I'm writing Coriolis. I'm going to say this.
Yeah.
Because he's the pilot, so can't really be like, we're going to do that. And the professor be like, oh,
yeah,
we are?
He's on board with contacting Coriolis.
Yeah.
Right.
So Pema just kind of shows up and gives Coriolis that letter. I like the idea that she writes on bigger paper for Coriolis.
That's adorable. I think there's a longer period of time than you expect. From like back and forth letters with Coriolis. During which Coriolis calls all the crew together and is like, okay, this is what's going on. This is why it's so drastic. This is what our next step forward is. Mira, I'll say about as much or as little about that as you want me to right now, but what Sasha gets back is for Sanctuary, make for the underground city of Reed Boot. We will meet you there.
I think she asks for coordinates.
There are coordinates written.
I think she asked for clarification of spatial coordinates as well. Like,
yeah, there's
altitude.
There's altitude. It is in the you didn't know that underwater trenches on this planet went that deep, Professor.
Yeah, I feel like she just kind of walks up to the professor saying, "Can you write down what formulation of coordinates you need?"
Yeah, he'll help Sasha communicate what he needs and get that back from Coriolis. Yeah, because regular coordinates plus altitude would just about put them there.
In her head, she's like trying to think of like, does the TARDIS have like an not the TARDIS.
What's the TARDIS?
Shush. Shut. Look, it's been a minute.
To be fair, we like recently watched
exactly.
Stuff.
Does the Ellipsis have what?
And like Sasha mentally is just like, is there like, does Ellipsis have a GPS, but like a time GPS? She's just like thinking absent-mindedly.
Not exactly. At least not the way GPS works. But anyway.
But yeah, the coordinates that you get are not that far from from Einquell, and they are about 36,000 feet below the ocean surface. Maybe a little bit more.
He just sort of like blinks at it for a second, and he looks at like Sasha, and he's like, "There's like air, right?"
Sasha takes a second and then seems to scribble down another letter really quick and send it off.
Is there air? That's an important question. Amber is made of fire.
She sends a letter to a certain lady under the ocean, double checking that there's air.
Say again?
She sends a letter to a certain lady under the ocean to double check that there's air.
In very old-fashioned, slightly spiderish writing you get back, yes, there's there. They have no context.
She looks at the professor, looks at this letter, and says, "Yeah, there's air," and quickly writes back, "See you soon," and sends that off.
Yeah. Professor is going to is going to go to Amber in the workshop and just be like, heads up, we are moving, and the place that we've been called to, the thing is, it's you might just want to be ready for this one. It's very, very, very extremely far underwater. I am surmising, yes, I'm surmising that there's going to be some sort of cave system with air that is dry, but I figured you should know about that before we get there.
Wait, why?
We're meeting up with Coriolis. Let's see, do you know Coriolis? Seekers, and he just sort of blinks like, I don't know. Partner, I think.
Wait, hold on, did Amber ever learn about Coriolis?
Coriolis and Amber did not meet.
Amber, like,
you're gonna get in so much trouble, Seeker.
Amber, like, nods, I think. Like, she's still, sleep deprived and very in the zone. But that takes a moment to process. And when it does... Wait, he has a what?
I mean, I never got any specific details, but there's clearly something going on between them. I just don't know what it is. Coriolis is a very large sort of undead person who's got a ship, and I don't know, they've got sort of a undead underwater sort of thing going on, as far as I'm aware. Hence going 36,000 feet under the sea. Apparently they've got a some sort of safe haven there.
She just makes sort of a face at the description given about this supposed partner before she nods slowly. All right, got it. I got it. I'll make sure we're prepared.
Okay, all right. If you need an umbrella, I've got a few in the wardrobe somewhere.
I'm not sure an umbrella would save me in the event of a catastrophe.
Probably not, but it might help if there's I don't know, dripping stalactites or something. I don't know.
Let's use an umbrella near the ocean.
Okay, so with that established, Professor will set the Ellipsis on course to these coordinates.
All right, roll for me, my friend. Let's see how well this goes.
Absolutely.
Boy.
Holy, I got a nat 20.
Oh,
Heck
shoot.
yeah!
Okay, all right.
Coriolis is a navigator.
With a nat 20, well, let's first go with Coriolis. Let's set up the scene. Hey author, where is Coriolis right now? Since they have arrived in Reboot.
Coriolis, I think that Nona is probably in charge of finding the crew lodgings. Coriolis is going straight to Dreggs's. They are probably in the process of moving across the city from the harbor to the a little workshop towards the edge of town. So they're probably in transit, kind of hustling, mostly over traffic. They're very comfortable in this space, and they know where they can and can't step, and that's mostly along the sides of buildings, Spider-Man style.
Mm-hmm.
They're a familiar face here. People are used to it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
A familiar half a face.
Shush.
Okay, as you are arriving to Dreggs's workshop, is there like an alleyway or something that's kind of out of the way close there?
I'd say so. These are like kind of quiet, quasi-residential streets. You can probably just park between a couple of houses. Like you can see maybe a little bit of a backyard.
Mm-hmm. As you're making your way downtown, so to speak,
Don't say that. I'm gonna have that stuck in my head. Why?
it just came out. I'm sorry. As you arrive, you see a red phone box starting to materialize out of what to your eyes appears to be nothing but space in between some houses, and there's the classic noise of it reappearing and disappearing and reappearing until there is a settling noise as the ship finally docks, so to speak. And congratulations, you guys. You are in the underwater city of Reboot. Author, if you'd like to do some describing about what everyone sees on their view screen, go ahead.
Yeah, so you see a sprawling, glowing metropolis that seems to be encased in this bubble of air on what appears to be the very deepest part of the seafloor. Beyond the bubble, it is as black as the deepest night, except for along the surface where you can see bioluminescent animals and algae making up some sort of semblance of farm. In the distance, you can see a warmer glow of some sort of tectonic magma and activity, but it seems to be under control. The city itself is awash in, it's almost like a black light, that sort of cold blue of very deep ocean life. Except, imagine any city at night. It's well lit enough. There's all sorts of different architectures at play. Everything from towering, elvish-looking spires to these very blockish, cobbled together machines They seem to be a large industrial complex. In fact, everything here seems to be in one way or another recycled. Very little looks new. Well tended, well cared for, and well meshed together. But overall, like it's a very very recycled atmosphere overall, including the people. The people that you see walking around are mostly undead. It's not all, but there are all sorts of zombies and watery-looking skeletons. Probably some vampires walking around. It's a very eclectic view that I don't think anyone here has seen anything quite like before.
I need to roll something. Well, actually,
Did you say vampires?
Oh no.
actually, that's a dirty 20, so we're
Good.
fine.
The one vampire you see is wearing like a Hawaiian shirt. It's got like a pina colada. They're like sitting on top of an apartment building, talking with like appears to be their neighbor.
Got like heart shades on.
I
Yes.
cannot stress to you how much that does not make a difference. So, Professor's just sort of like looking at the view screen like, okay, well, we're here. It looks, he sort of peers at it like, it looks at least dry enough inside.
Yeah, Amber's giving the view screen a very, very close look.
As soon as Sasha sees that they're there, she kind of goes skittering off towards the door because she sees Coriolis.
Yeah, Professor will hit the button to open the door.
She kind of runs out and immediately hugs Coriolis' leg and just hides her face in it.
Oof. They pick her up.
Just giant hug around the neck.
I think they fully kneel down so that you're and hunch over so that your feet could be on the ground, and they're just like, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
You do that, and she just kind of like lifts herself back up. She does not want to stand.
Okay. They hold her like cat.
Hello.
They shift Sasha so that they can see the professor. Good afternoon.
Where would you like to talk? He sort of like looks back at the ellipsis and back again, and he just sort of like points his thumb at it like, I could make it a big door again if you'd prefer, or did you have somewhere in mind here?
I appreciate that. I was actually we are next door to a close friend who should also be told what's going on. If
Okay.
you would so like.
Well, I don't see why not. He's gonna make sure, like, that Amber and Box are coming along, and also Seeker, wherever Seeker is.
Yeah, I think
Seeker,
Amber's.
disappeared into the night. No.
Oh no.
Not again!
I was about to say Amber was like gonna stall us for as much time as possible by making sure like Seeker was alright to leave.
Where's the turtle?
Wherever Box put it last.
Box
'cause
has the turtle, don't worry. Cube has not gone rogue yet.
I was worried for a second. I'm like, wait a minute, where's the turtle? Like that snail that's like always inching towards you.
No. Amber, as you're going to stall from time, I think Seeker's just kind of like looking like at one of the screens, kind of not processing, just like staring at one of the screens.
Yeah, that concern. Yeah, she's gonna before heading out see if Seeker's alright. Like, hey, Seeker, you good there? You need do you need a moment or?
Oh, he kind of like clears his throat and like straightens out his little poncho. I'm fine. Yes. Going?
I mean, it's alright if you're not. This is a lot. If you'd rather, I don't know, stay in the Ellipsis for a bit.
Oh, I'm going to go out with you all. I promise.
You sure?
Yes, I'm sure. Roll an insight.
All right, insight. All right, at disadvantage.
Oh man, that's right.
Consequence. Well, I mean, it's an
Oh,
11
deadly.
either way.
Only 11.
Hey.
11, make a wish for higher insight.
Well, I'm gonna say, Amber, you have been around him probably often enough to kind of like sometimes detect when he's doing bullshit. This definitely kind of smells of bullshit. It's he's sort of like glancing out one of the at one of the monitors and just kind of like looking back to the door a bit too constantly to be like, yeah, no, he's fine.
Yeah, okay. Amber sees this and she is going to sit herself down on the couch beside Seeker and turn to face him. You know, crisscross applesauce sitting on the couch.
There's no chairs in the console room.
Wait a second. I have misunderstood the layout.
Ellie, realizing that the situation needs chairs. I'm joking.
Well,
I
mean, if you really want.
No. I forgot that Seeker probably would have had to move.
do
Okay,
you
well,
imagine
in
like
that case-
there are like handrails there that she could like sit on?
Handrails? No.
Do not let her sit on those; she will fall.
I'm sorry. There's no seating in this room.
Yeah, she hearing this and seeing Seeker's general behavior, she will just cross her arms, give him a look, and ask, "Is it Coriolis?"
Coriolis? Oh no, it's not Coriolis. And he looks like sort of like genuinely like a little bit knocked out of it, like genuinely like, why would it be Coriolis?
Uh-huh. All right. By the way, I will be talking to you about him later. Once this is all over. Mark my words.
What do you mean talking about them?
What do you... that's not the point right now.
Man.
What do you mean you have a partner and I didn't know about it? Anyway. Okay, well, is it the city itself?
I think the city's fine. It looks very interesting.
Yeah, never seen anything quite like it. That's for sure. Then is it I guess just this whole situation in general, you know, because like again, Seeker, it's fine if you I guess if you're scared or stressed or if you're not feeling too great. I guess it's what I'm trying to say. Like you don't have to push yourself.
Oh. I'm very stressed. I am more than afraid. He looks back out at like specifically whatever monitor is sort of like pointed in the direction of like, you know, above the bubble the city is, where the ocean kind of glimmers. I promised Prismatone I'd save him. I can't go back on that.
Well, I mean, if that's what you're so stressed about, it it wasn't a pinky promise. It's you don't
He's a god, Amber. It doesn't matter. Am I supposed to say no? You say no to a god?
You know what, Seeker? If you don't want to say, if you're like, if it was like the god, if it's about the god thing, if you need someone, if you wanted to say no to a god and you don't feel like doing it yourself, you need, I guess, help. Trust me when I say I will say no to a god for you. Would that help?
Oh, but I appreciate the sentiment.
Okay. Well, if you're worried about upsetting her, then well, if you're worried about upsetting her, she'll have to get through me first, and that's not happening.
Thank you, Amber. He doesn't have words for this, but he just like kind of like smiles at you, looking kind of tired. It's been a long while. You know this. You haven't slept.
Yeah. Just. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you're fine.
All right, just I guess just know that during this whole debacle, if you need anything, you can talk to me, okay? Just I want to make sure you're all right as well.
Thank you, Amber. You mean a lot to me. He sort of kind of takes her arm and pats it, and just, let's get going now, yeah?
Yeah, okay. And I'm serious, by the way.
Curious about what?
If you need anything, talk to me. Got it?
Alright. I'll talk to you if I need anything.
And I will be absolutely pissed if I find out that you didn't because some I don't know misplaced worry about stressing me out or feeling like you don't need help or whatever. I will be pissed if I find out that you are not talking about how you are feeling because of stupid reasons.
Of course, Amber. I wouldn't want to upset you.
Yeah, of course you wouldn't. All right. Now to brave the city that is beneath a couple hundred feet of water.
Please don't
Come
mention that,
on.
Amber.
I can't not mention it now that I'm thinking about it.
Why is this so hard?
Amber did in fact bring the umbrella, by the way, and she will probably like reach into her hammer space and also hand Seeker an umbrella. You know, it just in case.
He holds the umbrella gratefully.
At the very least, it will help hide the lack of sky from view.
Oh, that's a really good point. I never thought of that.
Of course, it's a good point. I think of many things.
And do you think they're good to make their way out?
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome.
No, just imagine them both holding an umbrella. Anyway.
Arm in arm
hold
holding an umbrella.
I hold Amber so friggin' soft. And we are going to go on a small break right now. So if anybody needs to go stretch the legs, get some more water, other stuff, go, run. I love you.
Much better. Thank you.
Yee.
All right, boss.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Sasha in my head is just like, God, Coriolis, safe. But also, I need to go check on Seeker.
Seeker's fine. He's with Amber. Nothing bad will happen to them. It's fine.
Sasha in my head is just like, I should probably give Amber and Box the Ring of Protection from Sammy.
Maybe.
Yeah, we gotta talk about who got what.
Oh, yeah, we never did that.
Yeah.
So don't mind me, I have guacamole now.
Guac, 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 guacamole. Guacamole, guac, guacamole. Sorry. Yeah? You good?
Yep, I'm fine.
Glad to know that you know that vine.
No, I spilled my chips.
Oh no! Do you know that vine though?
I do know that vine.
Good.
I'm just having a weird time balancing everything. Because I did not have the foresight to get a TV tray, but now I'm comfy and cozy, so I don't want to leave.
Can you imagine Alex saying that like on the phone and someone being like, oh yeah, I know how life can be so hard, but he's like just legitimately balancing things. And he's so confused, like, how did we get on this topic? Yeah.
My life is such a train wreck, like, trying to balance multiple, like, bags at the same time.
Aryabhata just like, well, if you need help making a planner. How is the planner going to help him with his balance? He needs to work out more. Gym bro. Where did I put my sketchbook? Oh, it's under my pillows. That's why I can't find it. There we go.
Oh, wait, we did Coriolis sketch. We should probably put it somewhere.
So the blah of that?
I made a sketch of Coriolis.
Me do sketch Coriolis?
I did a sketch of Coriolis.
Ah. I can understand things. I can understand things great.
Hello.
Also, oh, hi.
Hi.
Sasha was like, I should probably give Amber and Box the Ring of Protection.
Corey.
I like how, like, every single character that knows Coriolis is just like, oh, I must go, like, crawl into their arms and never leave. Yeah.
They are very huggable.
Hi, Tala.
Hi, Tala. Hi,
Hi,
Oatmeal.
Tala. Where'd my pencil go? I think it's over here. Hi, Dan. How you doing?
Danny boy.
Danny. Callie's just looking at me from where Dan usually sits, but she took it. She is like a half a month younger, but so much more like total little sister, this is mine now vibes. And Dan's just like, yep, okay, I love you. You can have it. Play with me.
I love Dan so much.
He just looking around. Anyway, we never decided who got what from Sammy's belongings.
No. I have some thoughts, but we did not decide that.
Yeah, I guess we could do that in this episode, because, I mean, in theory, it hasn't been that long.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The only thing that Sasha did was make sure that Squeakers, is it Squeakers?
Squeakers, yep.
Yeah.
Squeakers was in her hammer space, so that he wasn't that stressed out.
Yeah.
Put some cheese in there.
Yeah.
Squeakers appreciates that very much.
Poor Squeakers got evicted.
Yeah, I did. The poor rat.
Hello.
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 No.
Chickens all safe?
Chickens are alive.
Woo!
Yay! All tucked in for the night.
They always like to sleep on the coop as close together as possible.
Aw.
Which means that basically there's two actually on like the wooden rung.
Mm-hmm.
and 2 stacked on top of them.
Oh my gosh.
Is it always the same two?
I think they like vaguely take turns. It's usually one. We have two colors, so it's usually one of each color.
Aw.
Aw, beautiful.
The black ones are a little bit bigger, so that they are fluffier.
Mm.
So I think more chickens are content when they are on top.
Oh, fluffy blanket.
Good blink.
Fluffy blanket. Oh, that's really cute. Okay. Also, author, look in the peanut gallery.
Oh, what am I looking for? Oh my goodness! Oh no! Oh no!
It's a Coriolis jump scare.
It's a cool.
They're so little. They're so little.
Look at how round. Look at how round.
How tall is Coriolis, by the way?
Yeah.
Coriolis, including the hair, is 12 feet tall. Thank you for asking.
No, including the
right.
tail is like hair is like 13, right?
I mean,
Hair is tall.
that's fair. But I can go with 13. Tall enough.
Told
Coriolis is a half giant.
You don't say.
Yeah. Hands that to Amber to judge more thoroughly.
Yeah, she's looking at this person more than double her height with judgment in her eyes.
Look at them. They're too tall.
Coriolis is just like, I've angered. I don't know how. I am just gonna stress about this for the rest of time.
Corey.
Listen, they already feel that they've been rude to the Ellipsis. They're trying not to alienate anyone else.
Aw.
At some point, they're just going to be like, excuse me, I just want to say it's not personal. I'm sure you're a very nice ship.
Are we all good?
Good.
Awesome.
Okay. If everyone is good, we can restart the gameplay with Seeker and Amber catching up with the rest of the group with Coriolis.
Oh, there you two are.
Beacon.
Coriolis.
I have emotions.
That was easy.
Shut up. You know how easy it is to make me feel things.
Coriolis will kneel down, still holding Sasha like a kitty. And tentatively extend a hand to the Seeker.
Seeker is giving me go and flop into Coriolis instead of actually like taking the hand or anything. It's like fully flop into their chest. But unfortunately he's accidentally dragging Amber along with him. Because he forgot Amber was there and didn't want to let go.
You just drop the umbrella and go, oh, need hug.
Oh, he's somehow balancing the umbrella between him and Amber and hugging Coriolis.
Yeah, Amber will go ahead and hold the umbrella for him, but Coriolis, this 12-year-old, is squinting very hard at you. It's not hard to tell that you are being examined closely.
They just, I think that they rest their chin on top of Seeker's head, and they just kind of this is familiar to them. But you remind them very much, of someone in their crew. And they just nod and they go, good good afternoon. I'm Coriolis of the ship, the Vengeful Dead.
Amber Pyreson.
Good to meet you,
And-
Amber Pyreson.
And this is Box.
Hello,
Box,
Box.
meanwhile, is... I don't think they've ever met anyone, like, this tall. They
Hello,
are...
Box.
They're staring in awe. But... How'd you get that big?
I ate all of my vegetables.
Really? I thought that was, like, a scam.
It is. I ate all of my vegetables and all of my desserts. You must have balance.
Oh. Okay.
Sasha's snickering a little bit, and looks a little better.
They have run out of hands to pick up people with, but they awkwardly kind of shuffle Seeker and Sasha together so that they can extend a hand for first Box and then Amber to shake if they want.
Yeah, Box will give an enthusiastic little handshake, and Amber will give a slow, serious one.
Understood.
Sasha just looks at Coriolis and whispers quietly, Amber is a really good friend to Seeker.
Oh, that's wonderful. I think they, like, covered in small people, look up at the professor like, hi.
Shall we?
Yeah. Yes. I should call Dreggs out. Rather than, yes.
I told her that we would see her later, but I didn't really give specifics. I'm realizing.
She won't mind. For reference, that we're going to talk to the goddess of the bottom of the ocean. Her name is Dreggs. And they stand up holding Seeker and Sasha Jill, and they head over to the front of the building that you're parked next to.
Mm-hmm.
Sasha, realizing she does not know if Seeker has met Dreggs before, looks at Seeker.
Seeker's fine. He's just having his existential crisis of the session.
I think she sees Seeker and just goes back to Coriolis and says, we recently met another goddess, and gestures at Seeker's face.
Oh. You know, this could wait. Or I could let her know myself. Or are you? Is it fine or is it fine?
Yep, this is.
Can Sasha try to whisper something to Coriolis without Seeker hearing?
Probably could.
Okay, she's gonna try to whisper to Coriolis, Sammy's goddess Trismatone got him to promise to save Sammy, and he's kind of having an existential crisis.
I sit here. If she knew Seeker's baggage, she would have never made him promise. She's in my head feeling really guilty about it, but she doesn't know this. She's kind of busy right now. I look away.
Yeah, she whispers, Priz was kind of like Sammy's other mom. Well, mom. But, so she just kind of taps her fingers, not sure how to explain. It's a complicated situation, and she just looks at Seeker concerned.
Seeker probably gets like a little small elbow to the side from Amber. Remember, if you don't want to talk to a god, you don't have to.
Can Sasha roll insight on Amber and Seeker really quick?
Okay.
Um, one moment. Roll zone. There it is. Oh my gosh, I'm rusty. That's a 26. Can she? I want to know if she can sense if Amber has done the thing, which has probably happened before, where she's like, "Don't bullshit me." Like, that's a pretty palpable vibe if you know them well enough.
I mean, yeah. I'll.
I feel like she gets the hint and then she just looks at Amber like, "Oh, are you trying to make sure he doesn't bullshit you?"
Yeah, I think you can pretty easily get that vibe.
She
With
just
a 26.
She has one superpower and it is insight. She sucks at lying so much.
Like sibling.
Oh gosh, they can't lie. That's Seeker's job. Maybe the professor. I think she pokes Seeker and just says, "Have you met Dreggs before?
No.
Do you like cats?
Yes.
Do you like really big cats?
Like how big?
Really big. Like proportional to Coriolis if there was a big cat."
Oh. Don't know.
Okay, what if they were really cuddly?
Like,
Okay, let me rephrase. How about we put you with the cats?
I'm alright, Sasha.
It's really hard to believe that.
Seeker kind of like looks in that way where it's like, is anyone alright in this situation?
No, and she's just like, exactly. So why are you pretending?
He just donks his face back into Coriolis. He's not dealing with these two.
I mean, we
has been
could.
awkwardly sorry.
No, go ahead.
Coriolis has been awkwardly angling their face away to give them some modicum of privacy they have not gotten off of them.
Sasha does not wish to leave.
Well, we could not meet this Dreggs person together, because I'm assuming if they're an underwater god, probably not a good idea I go either.
Sasha actually claps her hands together and be like, "But Amber, you would love her."
I mean, it's during
But also, I don't wanna
working
die.
hours, so she'll probably just be in her garage.
Garage?
Okay, wait. Did I misunderstand something here? Is she like in?
She doesn't live in the water. She can, but she doesn't. Like, there's air. She lives here.
Like right here. This is the building.
What? Huh? Oh. To
Actually,
be honest, that's what I expected of a god.
No, she was
Well,
really
well-
chill.
Huh? Hello?
Hello?
There was a crosstalk, and then I think everybody froze.
Ah.
Yeah, you go, Author.
I think Coriolis is like, why don't I show you the front of the building? If everyone is okay with that.
Fine.
Amber looks to Seeker.
Seeker kind of looks at Coriolis and then like nods at Amber. Like, yeah, it's safe. Trust them.
All right then.
Totally not partners.
Were they not in the middle of a crisis right now? She would have
Thank you
things to
apart 'cause they're
say.
not gay.
Um, if everyone follows Coriolis to the front of the building, they can see actually a pretty typical looking machine shop with the triple garage, one of which is open, and you can see someone on looks like a repurposed skateboard doing something to the undercarriage. There's just an engine block sitting off to the side, not on anything, just on the floor. On the driveway is a large, I'm gonna say calico cat, that is roughly the size of a Volkswagen. And they are very fluffy. They are laying on their back with their little paws in the air. You can see their head is back so that their jaw is slightly open and their tongue is doing a blep. And yeah, you can see a semi-organized, tinkering mechanics workshop in there. Coriolis is purposely not approached so that the person inside has taken notice, but you can see her absorbing her work.
I think Sasha hops down and just quietly goes over and bends down to see what she's doing.
Sasha.
It appears to be just like a regular sort of like automotive check. But as you bend down to see the underside of this, honestly just looks like a weird truck. You see a woman with huge flyaway hair, and dark gray skin, dressed in this greasy, mechanic's jumpsuit. She's got a single goggle over a single eye, which she moves up to her forehead in order to smile at you. She goes, Sasha, there you are.
Hi, Dreggs. I brought friends.
She sighs and kind of accepts that she's not going to get to work on this anymore. And she rolls herself out from underneath the car, and stands up to her full 7 feet, and kind of pokes her head out. Hello.
Hi.
Hi there.
Oh my goodness, you are adorable.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you.
Box.
Sasha snickers.
She steps out. Her hair moves as if it's underwater. But otherwise, this seems just like a fairly normal person. And she steps over and squeezes Coriolis on the arm, and they smile. And then they turn to the rest of you and they go, my name is Dreggs. Welcome to my shop. Is there something I can do to help you?
I have no idea.
Sasha raises her hand if no one else is going to talk.
I don't-
Yes, you, Sasha.
Someone...
Sorry, Oatmeal.
Oh, yeah, were you going to say something?
He was just going to, like, shrug at Sasha, like, I don't know why we're here.
Sasha, like, oh yeah, I'm really bad with words, aren't I? Raises hand. She just says, someone took my brother, and we have an idea of who, but wondered if maybe you had some way of helping.
The air immediately smells just a little bit more like salt water and ozone. Is that so? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Do you know other gods? She kind of doesn't know. She just kind of squints, like, curious, like, do you? Looks at Dreggs. Does she?
A few. One gets around after 11 millennia.
Do you know Prismatone?
I lean over to Mira. Does she know Prismatone?
I mean, she's the Toonkind goddess of soul, and she was also an eldritch being at one point, so even if she hasn't met Prismatone, she definitely knows of Pris. So, like, they're both old enough, I do think they would have probably met, even if they maybe aren't friends, just because their domains are so different.
I know of her.
That's
Sammy
Sammy's...
worships her.
Yeah. And she came to us and asked us for help directly, and all of us are still a little bit reeling.
Panicked mama.
Well,
You go.
the professor is just sort of like, well, reeling from the loss of Sammy. I'll be honest, Prismatone having anything to do with it didn't make any difference to me.
Understandable.
Yeah, I kind of meant in general. She kind of glances quickly at Seeker and then gestures for Dreggs to come down.
She kind of squats down next to Sasha.
She whispers, that's Seeker. He doesn't do well with gods or goddesses. Have you heard of Beacon? That's Beacon.
Beacon?
She's like, Coriolis is Beacon, yeah.
I'm so sorry, Seeker. She is looking at you with renewed interest.
There is Amber is looking back at you with a glare.
Sasha's like, oh, dang it. This backfired.
Excuse me. I am the goddess of the bottom of the ocean, but I am also the goddess of lost things and found things. The only comfort I can give now is that Sammy is not in my domain. And Seeker can probably feel Coriolis sort of shift unhappily. They're like, that is very little comfort. He's like, well, he's not, gestures around at the bottom of the ocean.
So he's not necessarily lost, just we don't know where he is.
Well, he's lost to us.
Yeah.
And I think I have a pretty good idea where he is.
That's not good. I mean, that's good. I'm just...
It's not good where he is.
Yeah, I figured if you know where he was, it wasn't good.
No. I mean, he just sort of does a sort of exasperated hand gesture, like, it's Velari. Like,
Does he say the name Velari?
oh yeah.
Dreggs looks at Coriolis, who grimaces. I can offer sanctuary, and I can start to send out feelers. This is, well, you are welcome in my home and in my city for as long as you need it. We are going to find him again. And I think, like, there's a very subtle rattle throughout the throughout the the garage, and a typewriter at the very back of the accoutrement starts typing faster than most people could, and a piece of paper is automatically rolled into a sort of chute and sent up a tube out of the building, and probably to alert others throughout the city of the predicament.
Professor is just sort of like, he does not he's kind of confused. I'm not sure I completely understand why we're here.
Coriolis will step in or they'll step forward, I should say, and go, this is a place that I knew for sure was out of Velari's grasp. It's a place to recuperate, a place to start compiling assets. If there's any information in the city about what can possibly be done, I hope we should have the time to find it.
Okay. The professor just sort of like, he like glances at Sasha, and signs, like, wouldn't the ellipsis do just as well?
She signs back. Brain is not working as well as it should. This felt safe.
He shrugs. All right.
She's like, the ellipsis is good, but I'm worried that we might need more help. But I'm not very good at verbalizing my thoughts at the moment. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Another thing is, I don't know if this was said the last time we met, but the captain, Velari's partner, until today I've been in command of that vessel.
Until today?
As soon as we got word that they took Sammy, we sank it.
Oh.
The crew is safe here. But that's one piece of the chessboard out of commission.
Why?
My first mate could tell you more, but and they kind of look at Seeker like, how much have you told them? How much, like,
I want to
they're
roll an insight on Seeker.
sure.
Sit here and look at that 2 I rolled.
Yeah!
Religiously comatose.
2!
I got a 2! I don't know.
That too, huh?
24?
Seeker is not doing well. You can probably tell that no, he hasn't told them anything. Because as soon as Captain's name was mentioned, Seeker's just like, oh fuck, internally. Anyway.
I think that Coriolis kind of cuts himself off, like, looking at Seeker like, oh. Well, excuse me. Our ship bears the markings of its time under the captain's command.
Mm-hmm.
It is, well, to be honest, haunted as fuck.
Mm-hmm.
With the energy it has been steeped in, trust me, it's not something that we want him to regain.
Oh. Well, no, that makes sense. I didn't realize that was a danger. Well, that's smart.
They kind of nod like, yep. It kind of shuffles Seeker in their arms. I'm sorry, I don't know how much Beacon has told you all.
You saw it. Everything we know. Last time we met, that was it. That's the extent of my knowledge, and I'll be honest, there were parts of that I didn't fully understand. I feel like I'm missing a good deal of context.
I hope that I can provide answers. They kind of look at Dreggs like, do you mind if we use the kitchen? And she gestures like towards the house, like, go on in. Is everyone comfortable with following Seeker inside this house?
Professor is.
Yeah. I think Sasha will look at Amber and just be like, she might be a goddess, but she's really good at building things. You might, I don't know. She shrugs.
Yeah, Amber will come along.
Amber being bribed with knowledge.
It is a really normal house. It's kind of like a little bit messy. There's projects scattered around in different areas of completion. Oddly enough, a lot of them seem to be like half-finished guitars, and amps and things. I think on the counter has been left some sort of device. It's got lots of lights and buttons and clicking things. Unclear what it could be.
Well, you can't just say that. Now I have to roll investigation because the professor wants to touch it.
Let's put something shiny in front of the professor.
So investigation is 27.
Could
Okay.
I want to say Amber
He's
is
going to
probably
very-
also.
Everyone looking at the bright and shiny.
Yeah, no, he's going to very casually like scoop it up and start examining it.
With a 27, as you do, something like shifts and like gives away in your hands, and for a second you're like, "Oh God, I broke it." But instead, it keeps clicking and shifting, and like you can hear gears winding inside it until it is turned from a fairly nondescript box into a very pretty little mechanical toy airplane. You can probably see that like the wings don't come out all the way yet, and that's probably what she was working on.
Mm-hmm.
But otherwise, it's very very interesting. And interestingly, mostly mechanical, not a lot of magic.
Mm-hmm. Fascinating.
Amber is looking.
Yes, take a look at this.
Do you pass it to Amber?
Yeah.
As it hits your hands, Amber, it like starts shifting again. Like as the weight of how you're holding it changes. And now it is a tiny toy boat.
Huh.
Oh, this is some. And she is immediately drawn into the complicated mechanisms and pretty design. And holy shit, this thing's cool.
God, I have the mental image of like her box and the professor passing it back and forth and just watching it transform over and over.
Absolutely.
It's basically just a stim toy. So yeah, there's no repercussions. Just be careful not to break it.
That makes it even better. It's just a really fancy stem toy.
Well,
yeah, because they think it looks pretty.
mission
Amber is taking so
accomplished.
many notes.
That will distract Amber from being underneath the sea.
Could
Shapes and colors.
Coriolis use the connection to talk to Seeker quietly and go, "What do you need? What can I do?"
He kind of like looks at them. There's just a small like. I need a moment.
They will leave the group that's enraptured by the stim toy, and they will I think they go back out the front door, back to the alley, and they just hold.
Clings.
They just hold. Hopefully the professor won't notice that the person who just promised to answer a bunch of questions just left.
Sasha's definitely using one of those giant cats as a couch.
Oh yes. The other thing is that like you go to sit down on this like ugly like 80s fur couch, and it makes a little like murr noise and raises its head, and you're like, oh, that's a cat. Dreggs just has giant cats in here.
Pema is greeting one very happily.
Pema might be sort of like kitten and groomed.
Yes, good.
But yeah, Seeker is just going to cling for a moment and try to regulate his breathing a bit more, because you should really stop trusting people not to just spill information out everywhere, even though it's probably necessary, but also very overwhelming. He loves them, but it's very overwhelming.
I'm sorry. I should be more cognizant. I assume that after last time he would have told them more. Do you trust them? Are these people that you are comfortable knowing?
I trust them. I just he kind of looks and like scratches lightly at the cloth on his neck. And Coriolis, do you remember that conversation that was had in that I don't know 5-part FPS?
I remember it.
You're gonna have to be more specific, beloved. That was, as we said, a 5-part FPS, and all of them were like 3 hours long.
Alright, the specific conversation where he said he would never talk about the boat again?
Ah, yes. I think that they do. I think that they're just like, well, I understand that, but Sammy's in captivity. He's where we were.
No.
Can you at least can you talk about the captain without talking about the ship? Believe me, I understand not wanting to get into the viscerality of it, but
Promise not to talk about the ship. Me and Sammy told the professor that if anything happened, he could ask me, and he hasn't yet, and
should I tell the professor to ask you
no,
about?
don't tell him.
I feel like I should tell him.
Why would you tell him?
I mean, he could ask me. I don't.
It's barely been a day. I'm sorry I didn't go in for dubbing the first minute I could. What?
Easy. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to accuse you.
He's
Sorry.
curled up in a little ball now. Congratulations.
I think they like slide to the floor and kind of cradle him in their lap. Like, no, you're okay. It's okay. I'm sorry, Beacon.
Alright, Coriolis. Sorry.
You're okay. You're okay.
I know. No. He kind of like sits back up.
Are you comfortable with me telling the most of it? Would you like a signal if I'm getting to something that you don't want shared? Do you want to not be in the room?
You should know I just can't tell them.
Okay.
I wouldn't do it again. He just kind of buries his face in his hands.
Is there any information that you have that I don't?
Maybe about Velari, but I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you feel forbidden to talk about Velari?
No.
No? Okay. Then we'll do this together. Does that sound okay?
That sounds alright. I'm not feeling awfully poetic today.
Say again, dear.
He said he's not feeling awfully poetic today. In that
Okay.
sort of like storyteller, like, die, it won't be fancy.
Well, if I'm telling this story, then it certainly won't be fancy.
I forgot you're a terrible storyteller. They won't get any information anyway, huh?
I'll manage.
Looks.
Um I will figure it out. You can poke me whenever you think that I need to elaborate.
Thank you, Coriolis.
Thank you for trusting me, Beacon. Do you want to stay outside a little bit more? Do you want to go back in?
I should realistically go back in before they freak out because I've also gone apparently.
I have a question about the fiery one.
Yeah?
Does she have something with tall people? Does she I feel very much like she's wary and I don't want to set anything off. I know I can be pretty intimidating sometimes.
I don't think she has anything against tall people.
Or, undead. There's all sorts of things with undead and fire.
I also don't think it's anything undead related.
Okay. Do you know what it could be?
Well, she's protective, I suppose? I don't know. I don't know why she'd be mad at you.
Protective. I get that. I don't feel like she's mad at me. Just, I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm anxious. The professor makes me nervous.
They're fine. They're very lovely people, and once you get to know them, it'll be very much better. The professor, at least, be a goofball when he's not being all serious. Trust me.
I'm. If you and Sasha love them, then I love them too. However, anxiety.
It'll be fine.
They kind of chuckle and they stand up with you. Are we ready?
I suppose.
Okay. Together then.
Meanwhile, a fidget toy.
They're enraptured.
There's
Very
more
good.
things in there than just this.
Yeah, no, Professor will have moved on. As a matter of fact, he probably is subtly watching out for you two to return because, like, I don't know how sneaky you can be if you're that. So,
Be surprised.
maybe, but like, there's a very good chance that he noticed and was just like, yeah, they probably need a second.
Because they're partners.
That's what he thinks.
I know, it's great.
If you're sort of like watching their body movement out or their body language outside of the or out of the window, I hand you that like as Coriolis stands up holding Seeker, they just very gently donk their chin on top of his head.
He
Mhm.
headbutts it back.
Aw.
Gross sobbing.
Definitely not dating.
I'm cry. I'm cry. You've slain the DM.
Good. We won.
Oh no. Well, guys, time to wrap up and go home.
I'm already home. What am I supposed to do here?
Can Professor have started some tea? I feel like that's what he would do.
Yes. Half of them seem seaweed based, but there is like chamomile and shit.
Seem what based?
Seaweed based.
Ah, okay.
So there's familiar flavors, but then there's also cool, funky underwater ones.
Mm-hmm. He'll probably make one of each.
Fair enough. The tea kettle has a dial pad.
This means nothing to me. I don't know what that means.
Isn't it the rotary phones?
Yes.
Oh, like a phone. Okay. I thought you were just talking about like a fancy coffee machine or something.
No. No, I'm purposely like everything in here is like collect and weird.
Mhm,
And
Got it. Okay.
Has been made out of what was there.
Yes, it is a strange mishmash of things.
Looks like
Okay.
the professor's back room.
All right. Yeah. So he'll look up as they come in. Would you like some tea?
yes, please. I would like.
It would be nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He'll give the two of you some tea. Coriolis in probably the largest cup he can find, and if that's not big enough, a bowl. I don't know.
They appreciate this. I think as they like sit down at the little table that's there, and kind of like gently nudge another contraption off to the side so that they can set their mug down, they go. Funny thing, I'd never had tea before meeting Sammy.
Really?
I didn't know what it was. We don't have it at the Fleet of Storms.
At the what?
Where I'm from. My home clan.
The Sleet of Storms?
Fleet of Storms.
Fleet of Storms. Okay. Interesting. Well, tea doesn't grow everywhere.
Certainly not on the ocean.
No, not typically.
You have questions, I'm sure.
Yes.
As they look both at him but also at Amber. A little bit at Sasha. Sasha probably
Sasha doesn't know that much.
that's
She
fair.
only knows what Coriolis has told her, and she tries not to always pry. She's talking more than normal, mainly because she's frantic. She's trying to be chill. She has a cat now. That helps.
I think Amber has only now realized that. Wait, shit. Yeah, we're getting back to the serious conversation. She was a bit too busy just taking a look at every little mechanism in this house.
Sasha was almost definitely trying to get Amber and Dreggs to talk.
Is Dreggs also in here? I thought we left Dreggs at the garage.
Dreggs is out in the garage.
Oh, sorry,
Okay.
my bad. I misunderstood.
Don't mind Amber. She's just she was just busy having like a category 5 autism moment. This place is fucking cool to her.
Yes. Let her be
I'm just
free.
imagining like Amber
Awesome.
like has the smoke detector taken apart and is just like, ooh, this is weird and cool. Never seen this kind of battery before.
Absolutely. Sorry, Dreggs. She might have taken out the Tinker's tools.
Yes.
What Professor just sort of glances at Seeker like, are there things we can't speak about? I got the impression there were some things that were off the table.
There are things I can't speak about.
Okay.
Kind of like looks away because he knows his next words are gonna piss the professor off. Um, I made a promise to one of my gods I wouldn't think of the ship again. That is still something I have to.
Sorry, I have to keep?
Yeah, I promise not to talk about the ship.
Alright. Can it be talked about around you?
Seeker sort of looks at Coriolis and says just yes, I just can't talk about.
We discussed I Seeker and I were in similar circumstances with many of the same experiences, not all of them.
Mm.
But we were both kidnapped and shanghaied by the same ship.
Mm-hmm.
Seeker is like wriggling. Don't mind him.
Coriol stands over the stem toy.
He's gonna fidget with the stem toy.
It's now a car.
Seeker stares at it. He doesn't understand the logic for this.
I'm just imagining Benjamin invisibly just like odd at stem toy.
So, well, hmm. This, I wouldn't normally ask, but, I can imagine it would be difficult to just sort of take, somebody of your stature. How exactly did they go about doing that?
Well, this was about 6 years ago, so I was 15 or 16,
Mm.
and dumber. I was on my first shore leave, and I wandered into a bar, and a man with a friendly smile offered to buy me a drink. And
Uh-huh.
I didn't know a lot of things. I woke up in chains.
I see.
The um, the poisoning attempt Sammy was compelled to make on Seeker was, they
Mm-hmm.
kind of glance at him.
A similar formula?
A familiar tactic, yes.
Mm. Um, how how does he make that? Because what's it made of? It seems similar to the substance that maybe I'm on the wrong tack, but a partially magical substance was used to put a geas on Sammy some time ago. Well, I mean that led to the poisoning attempt, obviously, but how do they make these things?
I was hard labor. I didn't see much of any experiments that uh, the captain might have been running.
Mm-hmm.
It, beloved, I lean over to you. From the stuff that they overheard with Velari and Captain, given that they were not in like a good state of mind, how much would they remember of any sort of like shop talk?
Do
Would
you want to
that
roll a history?
I can roll a history? Oh, come on, you bitch. Why do you have a +5 to history? You were
Because
kidnapped before you could finish high school.
hey, they've worked hard.
Did they have a +5 to high school? History. A +5 to high school. There we go.
High school isn't history.
Okay. What? 17.
17. This was a pretty high base DC in my head. But with a 17, you can remember something about either plagiarized or stolen notes. From someone who probably honestly didn't give a shit. But it might have like modified notes because it wasn't made for that exact purpose, but it got like transformed into into a drug that could possibly have magical effects.
They say that.
Professor just sort of looks thoughtful. All right. Well, that doesn't help me know how to counter it, but we may learn more about that later. At least I'll know what to look for. Okay, so you were on the ship. You said you were doing hard labor. That tracks. What about Seeker?
Beacon was I assume you're familiar with sea shanties. Songs that
Yes.
songs that are sung to keep the rhythm of the ship.
Yes.
They kind of lean protectively over Seeker. That was what he did. He's saying. Or rather, that was his function.
Hence the epithet that they've given him.
Yes. Yes. He was kept apart from the rest of us. There's, including myself, there's 5 others who, for lack of a better word, survive. All but Beacon are undead.
Ah, I see.
It's you met Nona, our cleric, my first mate. Sharky is our ship's engineer. Then May and Lemna. Lemna is 9 now. Lemna is 3 or 4, probably 3.
Professor Grimaces.
They are doing better now. They are probably in near the harbor. If you'd like to talk with them more.
Perhaps.
Nona has made more of a study of the things that the captain left behind than I've been able to as a cleric. But
okay, that's good. I may ask them some questions. Why did they keep him apart?
See Seeker kind of just like curl in a bit more and just like adjust his sunglasses down a bit more securely on his face.
I'm sorry, dear.
Coriolis puts their hand on the table in front of you, palm up. You can ignore it if you want to, but they are giving their hand.
To
Seeker, sorry. Just in case he would like the contact.
I think he will hold hand.
Yes, good. Because he's beautiful, because he's rare. The captain was his crew was made of former captives that he had broken mentally, sometimes physically, and remade. Everything that he did to us was part of that. The solitary confinement was one of his coarser weapons. Through the connection, I think they kind of poke Seeker. Like, one, is he still good? Does he need anything? And also, are they missing anything?
He's alright as he can be. Very strained.
There.
Let's see. Let me catalog all of this information in my brain and what Seeker knows of this information. He thinks they got everything right.
Nice.
They're doing very good.
What's Sasha and Amber up to, by the way?
I think Sasha was probably looking at some of the things that Box and Amber were looking at, but then they started talking about solitary confinement, and now she's just kind of fiddling with her hands.
Yeah, Amber and Box, like once they realized this, they were getting back to the serious conversation, they would have just, yeah, they're just listening right now.
Mhm.
Sasha, would you like some pocket time?
She thinks. She considers. She looks at Seeker. I think she just holds Pema and cuddles back into the cat and says, I'll be good.
Okay. Um, If I think it's important to note that whatever Sammy is going through, it's trite to say he'll be unchanged, but that's the sort of tactics we can expect them to use against him.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Well, and they're off to an effective start with the gears and really anything charm related. I think they were one of them, both of them, I don't know, were clients of Simon Sinclair, who, well, clients of Simon and also clients of very probably clients of hmm, the odd sort of family business that he was born into.
Coriolis looks at Sasha.
I mean, that would make sense. Sorry, I can't help more than that.
Yeah, no, that's all right.
I will say that the amount of magic that they have been using is a difference from mine and Beacon's time on the ship. Velari is an element I'm not as familiar with.
I see. Well, at the very least, they seem to be very good at enchantment and apparently necromancy.
Coriolis looks a little bit awkward, like, yep, necromancy.
Yep.
I'm wheezing.
They kind of they scratch the side of their face that's just all skull.
Uh-huh.
Noted. I will say, Dreggs, everyone that Dreggs resurrects personally has certain protections. So,
Oh, that's good.
still, I don't specifically against control undead spells. We're still very susceptible to the regular gamut.
Out of character, does that mean, I know they take, healing spells don't work the same. Does Turn Undead work on them?
I think it specifically spells like raise undead, where it specifies at the bottom, like if you see undead in the area, you can take control of 3 if you use the spell like that instead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Turn Undead just makes them terrified of you and run away.
Yeah, it just literally makes them turn away and walk the other direction, which I find really funny.
That's basically
Coriolis would probably do it anyway.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of just like cause fear, but specifically for undead. Like,
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I think for
There's probably like a few spells that still work, but like the important ones that maintain like free will,
Yeah.
or being summoned, they're probably immune to.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, at the very least, it might explain the captain's reappearance after his supposed after his after his death.
Perhaps. I should say, Dreggs was not able to find his body at any moment. I lean over to Magic to make sure that's true.
Yes, it was.
Um, the reason this city is as populous as it is because when one is lost to sea, if it is possible, you are found by reboot, and given a second chance to make a life here. To if there's a ship willing to take you to return to the world above. Dreggs found us, and when she heard our story, she of course looked, if only to make sure that he was really dead, and nothing. Not even bones. Found the ship all right, and we know where it is now. Well, the places it is now. There's several pieces now. But
Sasha gives a little sigh because they just got it fixed.
Went and scuttled it properly. Well, I said went and scuttled it properly. Like, you can sink a ship, but not destroy it. I'm pretty sure scuttling means you actually, like, make it unusable.
Yup.
Thinks about the seagull from Little Mermaid in a different light.
Well, I think that they do, like, reach into an inner pocket and pull out a device with a large red gem inlaid in it. Literally like a big red button of doom. That you can see signs of stressed as like the device overloaded and set something off.
Is that...
Sorry, I just knocked my glasses halfway across the room. I'm listening.
Mood, I've done that before. Have you ever punched your glasses off your face on accident?
Yes.
It's fine. I have an eye appointment next week.
Oh my God.
Everything's fine. I'm
I
sorry,
give you
Oatmeal. I didn't mean to
pats.
cut you off.
Is that the, God, there's a word for it, and it's not initiator.
Ignition?
No.
Ignite?
Red button of doom.
Yeah, is that what you use to set it off?
Yes. When we repaired it, Sharky is genius at breaking things. He made sure that our ship remained sturdy and usable, but breakable in a very thorough way.
Mm-hmm.
Originally, the ship went down due to lightning, so
Mm-hmm.
it wasn't.
Don't forget to mute Arthur.
It's fine. That's my cat. My cat is good.
Okay.
Lightning.
Lightning. The ship went down in a lightning storm, so we simulated a lightning strike to our main mast.
Ah.
So in theory, it's repairable, but not probably within a few months of steady work by a dedicated team.
Right. Not something he could just snatch and sail away with.
Very much not.
That's good. Well, let's see. You were... How long, before, let's say uh, the images we saw, the last time we met, from Seeker's memory was,
How long since then?
how long, how long were you on the ship, basically?
Oh, I was taken when I was 16. Died when I was 19 or 20. I kind of look at Seeker like, does that sound right?
I lost track.
Hard to tell after a while, but
Mm-hmm.
when I was resurrected, which I don't think took too much, well, maybe when most of my crew was resurrected, which happened fairly quickly, it was 4 years later than when I was taken.
Uh-huh. And
I don't know how. Sorry.
oh, were you two there for similar amount of time, or?
I think it was a few months when Beacon was brought aboard.
Mm-hmm.
So not too terribly different. Oh,
Don't forget to mute.
that,
Don't forget to mute. Yay. I sit here sipping tea even though I already know all of this.
Me sitting here vibrating like a gremlin. We're
Me
finally
sitting here
getting the
trying to
lore.
I mean, you had the lore, but then you had to, put them in a baker. I'm joking.
Well, I had to sit and sit on this for months. I'm so happy this is getting talked about. You have no idea.
Mm-hmm.
hello, I am back. Everything is good.
Hi. Okay.
Welcome, Beak.
Also, Amber's fun to draw. That's all I'll say.
The small doodle of Amber on my page just looking up and with the little title of God? Question mark above it.
Were you talking?
I don't remember.
You were kind of talking about how long you'd been dead.
Yes, I
Oh.
think we covered that part.
Oh, they were saying, and I don't know how long the ship was in operation like that beforehand.
I see. All right. Well, I got a I think a fairly clear representation of how that ended. There was a storm. The Seeker called down lightning that
Your winces.
struck.
Coriolis makes a face like, eh.
He just sort of like pauses and tilts his head, like, no.
I mean, I was manning the oars. I wasn't.
There.
I question how culpable Beacon can be held for the destruction of the ship. It was a storm. Lightning strikes happen at sea.
Oh,
They're not like defensive, but they are like looking over at Seeker like,
yeah, he just sort of tilts his head like, oh, that wasn't what I meant to imply. It just he just sort of shrugs, like, that was the impression I got from the vision. And obviously there are plenty of spells that conjure lightning, but if that's not the case, then that's not the case.
apologies. I didn't mean to get off track.
No, that's all right. All right, lightning did strike the ship. Let's see, that all happened. He presumably got recovered somehow by Velari. So then, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's the extent of Seeker's side of this narrative, and the rest is largely from Sammy's perspective. Or is there something else that I'm missing?
When Coriolis looks extremely uncomfortable, but they're keeping on. During our enslavement, one of the captain's favorite tricks for me was to put me in a box, a crate, and nail it shut, and
He
have it.
winces.
Yeah, it's. I would appreciate discretion, but and brought on shore, in Velari's port, and they would have a picnic. Using me as a table or sitting on top.
Oof. Yeah, he mutters something sharp in Celestial.
I look.
under his breath.
I bring this up because they I believe I either had an understanding or were dancing around an understanding.
Out of character, I didn't understand that.
Oh, Coriolis doesn't know exactly how they were involved, but they were like some sort of partners.
Okay, the two of them had an understanding.
Yes.
Got it.
Velari and the captain.
Got it. Yeah, Professor just nods and he goes, all right, that lines up with what I know. They certainly didn't just meet after the sinking. They were, from what I heard, they had been perhaps colleagues first and then, consorts. Well, no, he's the consort and they're lovers. Anyway, for a while, as long as, oh gosh, that was a long time ago. That was a good 11 years ago? Oh, that's a long relationship.
That aligns.
I'm sorry. Seeker's face the entire time was like that solemn, and then when Coriolis went to like, oh, they had like an understand. Seeker's just like, yeah, that tracks. And then Professor said that, and he just kind of turned and was just that like, what the fuck are you talking about? Sort of face.
Did I not realize that they're partners?
They're, he's just sort of like, I was in Earlstown and the captain had just left port, apparently, and I was talking with one of the dock workers, getting the local gossip, and apparently, it was a sort of open secret, that, what's his title? Count?
Earl.
His title is Earl? Really?
I thought so.
It's called Earlstown for a reason.
Okay. I was so sure that it would be something different. Okay.
It's a town. There's an Earl.
Yeah.
Thus, Earlstown. I love the idea of the professor just being like,
Can't get simpler than that.
So, it was an open secret that the quote unquote young Earl had found a consort in the somewhat notorious captain, and apparently their mood was much improved for it. He just sort of shrugs, like, they're lovers, I don't know what to tell you.
I understood it as they were very, very gay and perhaps in a little bit in denial about their feelings for each other. You know the trope. It's the will they won't.
Oh, yes.
It was
No,
very uncomfortable for many, many reasons.
no
Like,
kidding.
On the list of concerns at the time, it was pretty low, but I was sort of aware of it.
Yes. Yes. The person I talked to seemed seemed to have an attitude in that same sort of idea of like, why don't they just tie the knot already? But
I hate to break it to you, but if they were dating, we would have a lot more problems at the time.
all right.
Aren't they getting married though? Isn't
Well,
that what
yes,
the
they
rumor
are.
said?
Correct. Yes, they are getting married now.
Okay.
Yes. Apparently.
Which, yikes.
Yes. Agreed. And they've decided that, well, they've decided that they want, two of their favorite people present.
Seeker winces.
Yeah. He was going to say it in a much more callous way, but he found a way to word it that was a little less, ouch.
Fine.
It's not.
Fine.
It is not. It is not.
Mm-hmm. All right, so maybe they weren't dating, but they had some sort of at least trade relationship that became more than that for a long time. And at least now, well, I guess they're fiancés. He just sort of like makes a face, like gross.
I remember at the time marveling that one can have so much abject and unswerving cruelty and yet have love as well. I think that made it worse. Knowing
Yeah.
that they could be good. That they had the capacity for it, and instead they were
Not.
locking children in solitary cells and, well,
And everything else, yes. All right. So, Seeker, you you might know something about Velari that I don't know, but here's what I know about Velari Lancaster, Earl of Earlstown. 11 years ago, they were in a some sort of interested relationship with the captain, as I discussed. And Velari had, probably in the last few years, taken over the castle and, well, the title of Earl from their uncle. And this was seen as an improvement by the townspeople. Whether that means that their uncle was particularly cruel and they were just better at hiding it, or what, I don't know. But Velari seems to have been a long time a client of this business that amounts to taking ink from tunes, specifically taking colored ink from color changing tunes, because, well, because it's more interesting and has slightly different properties. Sammy's, for example, tied fairly directly to emotion. And let's see. Well, 11 years ago, let's see. Sasha, did you live in Earlstown?
I don't think we ever did.
Then why was Sammy there?
When was Sammy there?
Sasha, roll me history.
Mm.
Oh no.
Let's see. Okay. Can it be good, please, Sasha? Nah.
Nope.
Wow.
That's a 4.
Okay.
Amnesia.
Could have been worse.
With the 6, you feel like you've heard the town Earlstown before,
I mean, it could have been in that letter, though.
but it's so friggin' hazy, Sasha. You distinctly know it's tied to your family, but you don't know why. It's just static.
Professor, you kind of see her eyes go a little glazy, and she's like, I think it's tied to my family, but I don't know.
Well, the fact that you can't remember is probably significant. So,
Yeah.
The fact is, 11 years ago is where I came across Sammy, yes.
Has the professor said this before?
Yes, he has
Okay.
told this story, and Sammy has told this story. She knows that situation happened. That's when I encountered him, running from, running from Sinclair, in his little soot-stained kimono. So probably, I don't know how long after the fire, but not too long. From what I understand, you were able to break yourself and him free of the charm for a moment, and you told him to run, and this could be that same day, I don't know.
That would mean I was in Earlstown.
It would mean you were in Earlstown. You would have been quite close.
Then why don't they know about me, but they know about Sammy?
Sasha, you look to your shoulder and Len kind of awkwardly
Sasha's
coughs
like,
into coughs
right.
into their hand. That was their fault.
Sasha's like, you know what? Funny enough, I forgot.
They sweat drop at you.
Supposedly she's talking to Lynn, just like, nope, never mind, I remember.
Right, you disappeared. Well, let's see. Well, that's when I moved Sammy from Earlstown to Haku, but Haku was it had just burnt down as well. I don't I'm not sure I understand that part still. The monster we found there didn't like fire, and the place had burned down. I don't know if it's related, well, he, well, that's where he ended up. Well, I mean,
Would figuring out why the fire was started help us at all?
that's what I'm saying. I don't know if it would. I don't know why the fire started at your home in Earlstown either, or why these events were so
Were
close together.
I thought their house in Haku burned down.
It's the
Or did
manor burned down, but that was in out of I'm gonna message you something, Katie.
Cool. I'm like trying to remember what is what. It's been a minute.
Yeah, yeah,
You can keep going.
yeah. I mean, Professor has some idea that you might have had two different houses, but he isn't sure about that. He's convinced at least that you had a place in Earlstown. At any rate, no, I don't know if it's related. So, and I honestly don't. I'm not sure how to get more information about that. So, just going to let that be for now, I think. But Sinclair kept chasing Sammy when when he finally got his trail again, and I can only assume had planned to keep selling to Velari. Probably still a demand there. And say, did we ever find out didn't Sinclair get killed while he was in the hospital?
I thought Sinclair was alive.
Sinclair is alive. He did during the trial. He was attacked, and he no longer can use his voice. Sammy was the one who stabilized him.
Okay, I miss.
I thought he
my
was in jail.
When I completely expected Sammy to go the opposite direction, he decided to heal Sinclair.
Okay, I misremembered that.
You're good.
It's okay.
Okay, so forget that. Do we know who attacked Sinclair during his trial?
You don't, but during that kind of epilogue, I did reveal out of character to the audience that it was tied to Velari. Your characters do not know that.
Okay.
Sasha kind of perks up and is like, wait, would Velari know?
Well, possibly. I don't know who else would I don't know any other names connected to Sinclair except Velari, frankly.
Did you mean Sinclair would know?
Yep. I can't remember names. She says, which Sinclair know? I bury my head.
Sinclair would know who was trying to kill him.
Yeah, no, she's more curious if sorry, one moment. Sasha's like, would Sinclair know any information that we don't know?
Well, unless his memory's been tampered with.
How safe is the jail he's in?
I've
said that he was pretty reformed.
I have no idea. Well, that's an avenue we could pursue. At the very least, well, we can ask if what he knew about your family situation and personal history, but if you can't remember that, we can at least ask about Velari.
I might be able to tell whether or not he's telling the truth, too, but it'll only be if he thinks it's the truth.
Right.
Also, my main concern is if we go to him in a public space, will they be able to scry on us? I mean, I know a jail cell isn't necessarily public, but it's not the Ellipsis or down here.
Yes. They would be able to scry on us, unless there are particular wards in place. I don't know. I don't know which jail he's in. I don't know if it's that high security or not. Those are, well, especially against scrying. Those are not not usually the priority when it comes to wards. Usually you want to just make sure that people don't get out, or in some cases, get in.
Sasha thinks, and she's like, are any law enforcement in this country after you?
Me?
She shrugs.
He thinks for a minute.
Arrested.
No? Huh?
Seeker is just like, I got arrested for jaywalking once.
Oh, well, that's bullshit.
You should have jaywalked.
No, nobody's after me. Apparently there's something on my record from 50 years ago, but it's...
Oh, yeah.
Nothing they can do about that.
Statute of limitations is probably up on that, yeah.
Well, they probably think I'm dead.
She tries not to laugh. She's like, you can disguise Ellie as a lot of things. In theory, we could just pop over there, put him in the Ellipsis, talk to him, put him back, and then leave.
He just sort of like smiles like, oh yes, that's a very good idea. He likes this idea.
She's like, nothing's technically stopping us, and if Ellie doesn't look like Ellie, I mean, my main concern was if they recognized the Ellipsis or you, but if we just snatch him, he's theoretically amicable at the moment, and there's plenty of us if he tries to do anything dumb.
Oh, I don't really care if they recognize me.
I care a little bit.
He shrugs. All right, so I would have... yes?
How thin can the Ellipsis be? Could they fit, underneath a jailhouse cot? You could just grab him from underneath his bed.
That would be asking a lot. It could theoretically be done, but I would have to roll really freaking high.
Sasha's just like, well, you can make it look like a door. Could you make the door on the floor?
I potentially,
That seems overcomplicated, though. Literally, we just have to walk out and grab him. Like, you have a magic time machine.
And honestly, if you leave the door unlocked, someone in a jail cell might be like, oh, a door. Anything's better than here.
Or I could just go out and scare him with my face. She smiles.
You are very scary.
Oh, no, he would just recognize me.
I don't,
Though I don't really... I'm assuming they have cameras, and I don't know if I want them to see my face.
Okay, reminds me why I can't just pop in there with the Ellipsis as is, with me as is, and just pull him in, and then put him back when we're done with him, and leave.
I mean, we could. I was just trying to avoid the police aspect of potentially you and whatever time
What are they
someone
What are they going to get me for?
Kidnapping?
trying to jailbreak someone.
Yeah, I think that's illegal breaking into a jail.
We wouldn't have broken anything.
You know what? Let's just go for it and we'll deal with consequences later. She stands up.
Coriolis is looking at the others because up till now, the professor has been the adult. This does not seem like an adult move, but
Okay. Can Sasha roll inside and Coriolis?
sure.
You're just sitting here like, I have explained nothing about Velari. I guess this is okay.
That's
I'm
a 28.
We'll
dying.
bring it back around. We'll bring it back around. I promise.
Please,
No,
no,
it's okay.
I
Keep
am
going.
dying. This is fantastic. Woo.
Sasha looks at Coriolis and tries to vibe check.
Coriolis, is in a group of people that matters to Beacon very much. They're focusing on social anxiety rather than, oh my god, Sammy's gonna get friggin' brainwashed anxiety, because one is much more manageable than the other. The professor has seemed like the adult, the person who can be like, no, actually, why are we here? No, actually, you need to explain things. And this turnaround from that to, I don't understand why I can't just walk into a jail, grab an inmate out, is a little jarring.
I think Sasha just looks directly at Coriolis and just says, he's not from here, and then just starts walking.
That explains nothing. Okay.
This is completely normal for him. Can we go, she looks really impatient. She's like, we don't have to, but we could just go and ask Sinclair things, potentially.
We could just go to visiting hours.
Well, she looks at the professor like, oh, really? When you said you could just walk? Just like, I mean, we could, or...
What about
We
visiting
could
hours
just-
first and then kidnapping second?
But kidnapping with Ellipsis means that no scrying will happen.
But what are they going to learn from scrying anyway? That we know they're onto them?
Potentially.
I mean, I think they already know.
Okay, we can try it your way.
All right. Look, we'll think it out all the way before we actually go do it. So that's an option. We could talk to Sinclair.
I'm just paranoid.
That's all right, dear. Reasonably so. It's not paranoia if they're actually after you.
She seems to think about this, and seems to think that she doesn't want to think about this.
Oh right, where were we? Yes. Yes. What else about Velari do I know? Not a lot. All I know, the only other sort of thread that I want to sort of highlight here before we move on is that, well, Lorem, the connection there, because apparently Lore's father went missing after a mistake, sort of mistakenly ordered and then mishandled some of Sammy's ink.
His eyes.
Yes, right. And I don't know if Velari would have something to do with that, or if that would have been Sinclair and his lot, or Well, it would have been somebody who had... It would have had to have been... I mean, assuming foul play, which I think is fair given the circumstances, it would have to be somebody who was connected to Sammy and the distribution of his ink, which is... The only two people I know are Sinclair and Velari. So there might be something there, but I don't know what it is. I don't know. I think that's all I've got on Velari, honestly. He lives in a big castle. I've seen it. It's kind of... it's nice. They've got a big sculpture garden full of realistic sculptures. Sculptures. It's in the park in the middle of town.
That's creepy.
He just shrugs, like, I just thought it was
Are they of, like,
guild
historical figures?
What? I don't know. I just saw a thing of some just a nice sculpture of some elven woman. I just thought it was good craftsmanship.
Okay, I'm immediately paranoid about anything that he does, so if that comes across, that's
Well, I don't know. I don't even know if he put it there. It could have been his uncle. It could have been a feature that had been there several hundred years. I don't know.
Do we have any books about Earlstown?
I don't. We could go to a library.
Do you think Dreggs found any? Looks at Coriolis. Anyone throw books in the ocean?
Well,
Poor books.
of all the things that get thrown in the ocean, books tend not to survive, but it's worth asking around. This place is very, very, very old, and it's full of people who have been here for a very, very long time. Dreggs' original village, I believe, was destroyed millennia ago. And there are people here who date back to who knew her growing up.
Wow.
And Sasha just like, she grew up?
Oh, she was originally mortal, yeah.
Oh, did not know that.
Haven't you met her mother? The drunk woman, feathered cloak.
I forgot that was her mother. I'm gonna be completely honest. They're very different.
That's understandable.
That's why there's all the guitar. Okay.
The professor's just sort of looking between them like, what?
This place is very weird.
Dreggs' mother also lives here. She's the one who built and also invented the electric guitar.
Oh. Interesting.
She's probably out causing chaos.
If you like crazy redheads, she's the girl for you.
Don't. I
was saying platonically, but honestly, Professor, you'd probably think she was a riot.
Oh boy.
He just sort of raises an eyebrow like, okay.
But
yes, we can look for some books. Or ask people around here, if that's what you're suggesting.
I don't know, I'm anxious.
I'm at Coriolis.
Oh, no, that...
It's worth pursuing. Particularly because Earlstown is a port, correct?
Yes.
Oh yes.
Yes. honestly, the harbor takes all types. It's not necessarily an industry for smuggling in these parts, but you'd be surprised how gossipy the ocean can be.
Professor just sort of like looks distracted for a moment, and then like his brows furrow, and he's like, "Oh, I forgot. A lot of drow in Earlstown.
Mm.
I don't know if that's relevant, but I just remembered that detail."
It's a good sign. There's lots of drow here. You can imagine we don't get an overabundance of sunlight.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Oh yes, Seeker's eyes must be feeling great.
Yeah, Seeker, you can walk around without your sunglasses here if you so wish.
He still has them on. By the way, the entire conversation everyone's been having, slowly but surely in my mind, he has been turning so he's like completely sitting in the wrong way in the chair, that whatever chair he's sitting in.
Mm-hmm.
Like right now he's like upside down, like back resting against the seat, legs kicked over the back.
Perfect ADHD pose.
Nice.
I was doing that a moment ago. Look, it's comfy.
But he is still wearing his sunglasses.
Speaking of Seeker, do you have any details about Velari that we should know? Because I think I've honestly exhausted what I've been able to find out.
So I know a thing or two about Flory. He kind of like twists around so he's sitting in his seat properly again. And I probably know why he would have been at a change in management than I assume his uncle was. I'm sorry. I'm getting my emotions together because I have been waiting to have this fucking talk for so long. Oh god. Sorry.
You got this, Magic.
Mm, this, I wouldn't say meeting Velari is the right terms, nor is coming into acquaintance with. Generally, having my existence acknowledged by him, I suppose would be the correct words. It was the first time in months I had ever been off the ship. Seeker kind of just like shifts in the chair a little bit, like bringing one knee to like so he can sort of like rest his chin on. I have been asked for an audience, and they got along well, almost well, and Captain mentioned that I sang and Velari got into a bet of going to sound fair. Whose possession could sing better?
Ah.
I don't know the man's name. I just lost badly. And they wagered wasn't anything like gold or silver or stories or books or
Hmm.
on a ship of boats or anything else. Instead, they it stuck a spigot in my arm.
Professor's like jaw drops.
He's kind of like rubbing one of his arms where his like glove is fully covered.
If
And
if your hand is from Coriolis, they are squeezing your hand, your fingers very tightly.
he gently squeezes back. And filled some glasses with my blood. And he kind of looks not at any of you and kind of out to the floor. And drank it.
What is their obsession with blood
Professor?
and
Professor. Glory is a vampire.
that shuts him up.
Could possibly be better for Glory to be in charge as his uncle was the one who turned into a vampire and succession. Sorts of things. I don't know that part, but
He just sort of nods.
well, not sure what else to say, but
Would it be a possible avenue to pursue to try to break the curse that would at least disrupt their dynamic?
don't know. Yes, Professor?
Break the curse?
Isn't vampirism a curse? I mean,
Yeah, it depends. Sometimes.
Is the
I
uncle
apologize,
dead?
I don't know.
can you repeat that? I didn't hear it.
Oh,
Is- You go, Anajik, sorry.
I said in Seeker's voice that he wouldn't know too much about what breaking a curse would do.
Mm.
Is the uncle dead?
Noting he's in charge most certainly.
Hmm.
It's
Well, then
probably
it's not a
also
sire issue.
that's most likely the reason he also wants the for the colors.
Why would he want the colors?
Zinc changes colors, Sasha.
Well, yes.
Oh,
Sorry, say that again?
His ink changes colors.
Oh, is Velari attuned?
No,
What?
Velari is real kind.
Okay.
Sammy's blood changes colors.
Oh, well, true.
do you think this is macabre?
Very.
No, I have a thought. I don't like the thought.
Well, none of this is savory.
Well, funny you should use that wording because I can't help but wonder if the different colors taste different.
Well, I think it depends on the tune. I know that, well, they have different emotions tied to them, so I'm guessing they'd have a different kick. But I don't know why a real kind would want to drink ink.
Ink is just tune blood, though.
Yeah. I
Not
never
make
thought
a
it tasted
difference.
that good, though.
Hey, is the
Coriolis
professor
looks at the
doing
red.
okay over there?
No, he's just quiet and distracted.
Yeah. Actually, that's a good point. I should probably
Did
roll it.
Coriolis roll an insight check?
It's-
You can. Professor is just not talking and just sort of like
Typical.
what is he fiddling with?
Another stem toe.
No, he's got something. I think he's. I think he's fiddling with his pocket watch. But he's like not looking at anybody. He's just sort of like. He seems to be in thought. So Sasha, he's you something about I mean, you caught when the change happened. It was when it was revealed he was a vampire. Something about that is troubling the professor very much, more than usual. I mean, this guy is pretty unflappable on a normal day.
Yeah.
Coriolis, he is definitely unhappy about the fact that he's a vampire, and seems troubled by this, but I don't think you understand the significance of this on the professor.
We've met this guy twice.
Yeah. Seeker, honestly, you're probably a little bit more in your own head. You
Okay, if I don't get anything.
yeah, you he also got a low score though. So like I think you notice he's being quiet, but you might not understand why.
Hey, does the professor want to roll perception?
Sure. Although he's not let's see, that's a 17. What's he notice?
Sasha making direct eye contact with you.
I don't know how you're gonna do that. He's not looking at anybody.
Yeah, no, she's kind of scooted to make eye contact with you.
He just sort of like frowns a little bit. What?
Do you know something about vampires?
I know a lot about vampires.
Do you know why they would want ink?
Because it's a blood equivalent.
That's fair.
I apologize if this is overstepping. I take it you've had encounters with vampires in the past?
Not exactly. I managed to narrowly avoid one a long time ago. But you could say there's well, ironically, a bit of a blood feud between vampires and my ancestors.
There's space vampires?
Why would vampires be in space?
Sasha shrugs.
Because that's where they came from
Vampires came from space?
originally.
Dang.
I mean, supposedly. According to our mythology.
I mean, sure, why not? I mean, technically we're all in space. It's just, she holds her head.
And your people were here to meet them?
Meet them? I don't know if that's quite the word. Maybe.
To fight them, to stave them off. Sorry.
They arrived. They started preying on us. We had a war. We won. But, well, they're obviously still around.
How long ago was that?
He, like, he puts his head in his hand, like, it was at the beginning of history. It was ages ago.
She squints.
All of the
not sure.
ages.
She's like, no, she's more of like, and are you that old or are you
No.
younger?
No, I'm not that old. No, it's like I said, I barely had a situation involving a vampire once.
She shrugs.
This is more of a secondhand cultural
Hereditary trauma.
yeah cultural sort of dislike.
So, would you be able to tell the difference between Velari and vampires you fought and maybe figure out a way to defeat him?
I haven't fought any vampires.
Well, I figured...
Ran away.
Well,
Yeah.
but there's gotta be books about it that you've read.
Yes, I know lots about vampires. I just would I know any? No, because all the vampires are different. There's all sorts of different sorts. I mean, there are ones some of them drink blood, yes. Others sup on energy or emotions or
You said emotions?
yes, that's a common one, actually.
Do you know any...
Oh.
Do you know any that do both?
What?
Our ink has emotions in it, Professor. When a color-changing tune changes color, that's because of our emotions.
It's not typical for one to do both. It's usually one or the other, but it is not unreasonable that a vampire could have multiple sources of sustainment.
Well, maybe that's why he wants Sammy. Maybe he's an emotional vampire.
That's possible.
Maybe that's why they wanted Seeker's blood. Were you feeling a lot of emotions when you lost?
Seeker kind of winces and kind of squeezes Coriolis' hand and I wasn't feeling any new emotions.
We were all pretty miserable as a baseline.
I think it's safe to say that most people feel some negative emotions when they're being bled for somebody else's amusement.
Yeah, I guess I'm talking in circles. I'm sorry.
No, it's
Okay.
all right. It could be it could be because of the emotional connection. Yes, it could just have a different flavor. They could have a different effect on them. Like different potions, even. Something to energize you, something to calm you down, something.
I do know that our blood was used as components.
Mhm. That makes some sense.
I
Hmm?
in uncovering the remnants of the captain that he left behind, my first mate, we're pretty sure the captain could smell emotions.
Oh,
Yeah. Um so that's a thing in all of this. And
ah,
we found bottles of blood and
ah,
courting gifts, maybe.
could be. Well, yes, that, he just sort of, like, uh, shrugs expansively, like, well, maybe he gets high on fear.
But not all slaveries are the same. You seem like you travel a lot. I'm sure that that's not news.
No.
One thing that doesn't add up, that has never added up to us, was that so much of what happened on the ship didn't help it run better, didn't net the captain profit.
Mm.
It was simply to make us suffer. There were mind games, there were. And certainly I'm sure there's um perfectly uninteresting people for whom that's the main benefit of torment, but
Oh, sure, a personal satisfaction. But if he could smell or otherwise sense emotions, was sensitive to that, then it could be more more than just that.
yes.
Well,
That's
it seems that perhaps the purpose uh, of the ship and the situation then was to feed his appetite, essentially.
Like a misery farm.
Yes.
We
I've.
kept all of the things that we found from the captain.
Hmm.
They should be in either Nona or Sharky's possession. Um,
Hmm.
I don't know if it's worth going through those.
Oh, I. It very well may be. Might give us a
Yeah.
little further insight.
I will say, Seeker and I can tell you from experience that some of those things are a little bit cursed. They kind of tap their head and look at you like they expect you to know what they're talking about.
Like magic cursed or just bad to experience?
I mean both, but messing around with one such, I believe it was a book. They look at Seeker. Was how we accidentally gained a magical connection.
Oh, good grief.
Seeker's
They-
kind of in that like sort of half betrayed expression, like, what was he supposed to do? Not read it?
Yes.
Well, I'm glad some things don't change.
Rude.
Why would you pick up a book that we found in the worst person either of us have ever met? Like secret closet space.
We're going through his files. Why not go through the books?
File not do you have detect magic? Because I don't. I punch things real good and sometimes I can throw lightning.
Okay. Do you really think using detect magic on a haunted boat would have worked well?
It would have given us maybe a clue.
Oh, I would have gone
Possibly.
blind.
Well, perhaps we can examine things in a less intensive setting.
Nona might know some things too if she's studied it.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
That's
I think
true.
we'll have to speak on that. Well, so we've got somebody who, for one reason or another, I don't know why he can do that or how, or for one reason or another, gains subsistence or some sort of satisfaction from emotions, maybe even particularly negative ones. And then we've got a vampire who may or may not have a similar trait. And they're both working together. Fun.
If they want negative emotions and positive emotions, it would make sense that they would really want Sammy. I mean, out of all the color-changing tunes that I know of, which, I mean, to be fair, isn't very many, he's got pretty potent ones of both.
Yes. Oh. Do you want to do that now?
Yeah, if there is a pause in the conversation, if like we're at a good stopping point, I was going to say take a break because we've been here
I think
for
so.
a bit. And I still have one section I would like to get to before we call this game done for now.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So
Agreed.
yeah, okay.
I will be right back. I will be right back.
All right.
Break time.
Yay.
What time do you be back by?
15 minutes or so. Maybe longer if people need.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alive. Genuine
Hello?
question. Tala. Tala.
Everybody just went on break. I'm not sure if Tala's still here.
I messaged them in DMs like an hour ago.
Oh, dang.
Tala.
Tala, are you here?
Tala.
Dang. Oh, no.
No. Oh dear.
They're
I'm
still connected?
gonna go real fast, but also Tala.
Oh, dear. Okay.
Oh,
Oh,
hi, darling.
Hello.
Any
Hello,
word
Bill.
from Tala?
I messaged them. They haven't really responded. I am really hoping that they just fell asleep, but I am a concern.
Oh.
Oh, no.
There you are. Are you okay?
Yeah, I've just been listening in.
Okay.
hi.
Okay.
I'd been meaning to poke you, but the conversation kept going, and I'd never actually had a space to, like, check in. I'm so sorry.
Doing
Yeah, no
okay?
worries. Yeah, I've been doing all right. I think I just like nearly fell asleep because didn't get a lot of sleep last night. Oopsie.
Aw.
Oh no.
Oh, God.
Ah,
Do you need to...
hug you.
I'm
Do-
sorry. It's kind of semi DM. I should have also been paying attention.
Nah, no worries. Just give me like 2 minutes and I'll be back to normal.
Okay, we're still on break, so if you want, you can go splash your face with water, get a snack, get some water, whatever you need to do.
All right.
Yeah. Also, I am here, but I am eating chips, which are very crunchy, so I am going to mute myself.
Cool.
Okay.
But I am here.
Got it.
Sasha Muse is kind of all over the place, and I'm trying to be like, do you have a direction? Why are you asking so many questions? She's like, I need to know what everything is. And I'm like, do you though? Is there a point to your questions? She's like, must understand motive. The motive is pretty clear.
She's doing that thing that you do when you're packing, but you're kind of out of it, where you're just like, I might need a knife, and I might need duct tape, and I might need 50 yards of nylon rope, and I might need, like, it doesn't matter where you're going, you're just going to bring every useful object you can see.
Yeah, kind of. She's paranoid as hell, and she's like, if I understand everything, I'm less likely to die. And maybe actually get to Sammy. Don't know if you noticed, but I'm not very strong.
God, I've been waiting for literal months to have that monologue. I am not even joking.
Whoa. What's that
Wait.
crunchy sound?
Oh, sorry, I was opening a piece of candy.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Wrapper's really hard to open.
That's
I
right.
literally almost offered to open it for you. I'm sorry.
I don't know how my mom managed it, but she managed to find the most tightly wrapped candy I've ever seen, and I'm literally struggling to open them. Anyway,
Man, you reminded me that I ran out of my mint hoard.
Oh, you were saying you were waiting like months to do that monologue. It was very good.
I was waiting months to do that monologue. I literally had like entire nights where I'd sit there for 3 hours straight and think about how I wanted to do that monologue.
It was
I
so
have been
good,
waiting
though.
years.
Hey.
Well, not years, but a year. Hasn't it been like about a year?
Oh God.
I think it's been almost a year.
No,
Maybe
it's been
more.
a year since we started Into Silence, because we started it in February, or February, March when I joined.
Oh God, it's been more than
It's been
a
a year.
year.
And a couple months.
It's been more than a year that we've been waiting to reveal this.
Reveal Velari as a vampire.
That and also the Magic's monologue.
Yes.
Monologue.
You got me monologuing.
Anyways, I go back to muting. I had to say we've been waiting over a year for this. I'm so happy.
I thought it was happening. Anyway.
Sasha, who's used to letting people sit with whatever feelings they're feeling, immediately is now like, poke, 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 what do you know, what do you know, what do you know, what do you know? Tell me, where's my brother? And it was like, damn it, Sasha. She's like, I don't know.
By the way, beloved, thank you for explaining boat stuff.
I pat you gently.
Yay.
Let me know if I'm talking too much.
You're not, and I love you.
You're the one with the information. Like, that's the point.
You're my honorary co-DM for this one. You have the permission to talk.
Mira getting to sit back and watch
Yay.
their favorite show.
I'm just sitting here enjoying and watching everybody go off and like basically eating Cheetos from a bag. Literally.
I stare at you because Sammy vibes, and I'm like, give me back my brother.
No, he's so upset in my head that he hasn't been able to comment on some of this stuff. He
Aw.
is so mad at me for taking him
Good.
out.
Good. Sammy Muse, biter.
Oh, you know who's biting me.
I am aware. Biter.
I have been thoroughly bitten. Thank you.
Good.
Top 10 most things you've ever said.
Talk about this biting. I go put myself in jail. I'm sorry.
There are like two things I want to say with Professor
Mm-hmm.
that I want to make sure I do.
Okay.
I'm bouncing slightly.
Mood. I am very happy that we got to this point of the reveal.
Yeah.
It's been a long time coming.
It has slowly been building up to this. I hold up my He-They vampire.
I bitch slap him.
A vampire.
Rude.
A vampire.
Vampire.
It's not rude. You're drinking my brother's blood. That's what I call a rude.
I just sit here.
Kick you.
I want you to know, I don't know if this is going to happen on screen or not, but Coriolis is just like, oh god, I have to tell May and Lemna that Sammy's been kidnapped.
Mm.
Like,
Should
it's gonna... I feel like most of the crew is pretty, like, attached to Sammy because it's just that weird kid who turns colors and makes Sasha happier.
Mm.
But May and Lemna are like big brother.
Mm-hmm. It's their sunshine boy. Sunshine boy.
Who else is
Sunshine
Lemna
boy.
gonna nod?
Sasha can tell them. Sasha will probably volunteer to tell them.
Coriolis is not going to make her do that.
Sasha just like stomped her foot in my brain and just went like, oh, and I'm gonna make you do it.
They
You
can
can play
do it
this
together.
game. You can play this game, Coriolis. She has lost all of her chill. I'm so sorry.
Her
Well,
chill
not
is
all of it.
currently
A decent portion of her chill is gone.
Oh, I sit here.
Yeah, you do sit there, you jerk.
Yeah, I'm the DM.
Yeah.
Hey, Oatmeal, were you gonna say something a little bit earlier?
I don't think so.
Okay, I guess I'm hearing things. Never mind. I just wanted to check in.
They did
Okay.
mention that Oatmeal did mention that they have a few things they want to say as professor, I believe.
Yes.
But that's for
Yes.
when we reconvene.
Yeah. I do make a lot of hum noises that may not indicate talking.
Valid.
Sasha's having more Sammy moments of just like, the professor's not good with vampires, shouldn't ask more, but wants to ask more.
Well, that's one of the things he wants to say is there's a particular detail that he feels is important.
Okay.
So he will learn something regarding that.
Jingle. She ingy.
I will say, like this isn't anything but behind the scenes notes about why Dreggs' cat was laying in the way that it was so particularly because my cat was laying like that on the floor next to my chair. And I was just like, I guess you get to be in Toonkai D&D now.
I had a feeling it was something like that.
I have a little perch over my bed where my cat can sit, and on the first break, apparently he had gone there without me noticing, and then like 20 minutes later, I looked over and he was right there, and I like jumped out of my skin. Luckily, I was muted because I was like, ah!
Dan, jump scare.
He didn't even jump scare. He was just sitting there, lazing about.
Well,
I
you
just
were
heard him
jump
'cause he's-
scared.
Oh, I was jump scared. Yeah, I jump scared, and he just yawned at me, and I'm like, okay. Terrifying shadow.
I love Dan so much.
He's Dan the man.
Danny boy.
He came with the name, and it suited him, and thus he is Dan, and that is his name. Hope Tala's alright.
They're just taking care of their dog.
Okay. Oh, I missed that, I guess. Yeah. I've been trying to draw a hand, and my hubris. Enough is said. Trying to draw a hand. I drew the first one so well.
I sit here. I'm very excited to move on to the next portion of this session.
I live in fear. The amount of time we spent on the setting, and they immediately just went inside a house.
And
And
had
I
a
love that
conference.
for them. Say again?
They had a conference. They're sticking their heads together.
Yeah, no, they didn't stay in the alien environment. Like, they just went indoors.
They can come
We
back
got
later.
business to do.
Huh?
They can
I heard they can come back later, and then Magic said something I didn't catch.
I said they had business to do.
Yes.
Business.
Business. Is this working?
Yes. Yay!
Yay! That's
Y'all are
me.
adorable.
That's me.
I know it's you.
And the irony of irony is I'm learning how to be a real estate agent. I'm learning a lot about housing law.
Mm-hmm.
I'm laughing because you can apply that to Hop trying to figure out how to be a house.
I know! I actually had some thoughts about Hop while I was learning stuff.
That's fun.
I currently cannot remember the specific
It's okay.
one, but I was thinking of Hop as I was learning this because there was it was interesting. There's some interesting law to do with housing, and I actually really like the REPC, which is the real estate purchase contract, I believe is what the REPC stands for. Anyways, it's the main contract, and I was just sitting here going, yeah, I really am autistic because I really love how explicit and like there's no room for misunderstanding. It's very explicit on what you can and can't do, and I'm just sitting here
That
going,
is nice.
this makes sense. This makes my brain not hurt. I can actually understand this. This is nice.
Yes, clear instructions are very nice.
Yep, because I just, like, if you actually read that contract, it does not, it's very clear cut what is what, explains everything. Your everyday Joe can understand this stuff if you can read.
Nice.
Your name's not Joe.
Shut up.
As somebody with 2 uncles Joes, a brother-in-law named Joe, and multiple other people in their family named Joe, you're not Joe.
Shut up.
I know a Joe when I see a Joe. You're not Joe.
Well, what if they're Nacho Joe?
Now I want nachos.
Say any food and you would want it.
Shut up. Shut up.
Durian.
You know I'm a hobbit.
I know you're a hobbit.
They're the only reason why I'd be able to manage the hobbit diet is if I had small meals throughout the day because I am tiny.
That's what hobbits do.
No, they eat big meals.
They eat big meals. but
Many of them.
Many
many
big
of them.
meals.
However, you could just be a hobbit on a diet.
It's very counterintuitive.
How is that counterintuitive? You eat lots of meals, but they're smaller. That's a hobbit on a diet.
I don't think
Hobbits
they
don't
know the
diet.
word diet.
You're a weird hobbit. Sorry, what were you saying?
Is Bilbo Baggins real?
I said I don't think they know the word diet.
Their diet
Unless
is
they're
to
talking
eat
about clothing.
more. Like, to them,
they-
a skinny person is malnourished.
Yeah.
But culturally, I am a hobbit.
Oh, yeah, I identify as hobbit.
I mean, hobbit core is very, very...
What is your gender? Hobbit.
Yes.
Right, back.
Welcome back.
Hi.
Yay!
I went downstairs, got myself a new cup of water, and splashed some water in my face. And I'm realizing now what happened. My short-term memory's kind of shot. I don't remember what happened and what I was doing.
What was the last thing you remember?
Okay, all you really need to know is we established that Velari and Captain are definitely engaged and have been in a relationship for at least 11 years of some sort. Velari is a vampire, potentially an emotional vampire. Captain can sense emotions, like smell them, kind of in a creepy way. And they've been Professor has a thing with vampires and not liking them. Apparently, they're from space potentially.
That's the gist of it. That's
Yeah.
the gist of it.
That's the gist of it. And found out that my favorite tidbit that's awful is that Coriolis was a picnic table.
In a box.
Right. I think I remember that one.
Okay, and they talked about potentially going to Nona and talking about things, but they're still talking about things and other things. They're not going anywhere yet. That was
Yeah,
that
we
enough?
we
Is
have
that
not moved.
Yeah.
I think that was most of it.
I think I get it.
They potentially talked about going to see Sinclair in jail.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, right. That plot too. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think
that's the gist of everything. There's been like little things in between, but that's like the major points.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
If you want, you can play it as Amber and Box got really, really, really distracted by the fidget toys again.
To be honest, it probably is just like Amber was half asleep throughout part of that.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Amber's tired as well.
Now I can imagining like Amber like slowly snoozing in the background while they have like this very hyper serious conversation.
Mhm.
She tried to stay awake. She did.
She started
Love
monologuing
her.
and she can't.
Oh, story time? Snooze.
Story time happened and Amber was out.
But she's awake now. She swears.
Mhm.
She's awake. She's awake.
She fell over and that woke her up.
Wakes up. Vampires, huh?
Mhm.
Is everyone ready?
Yeah.
All right, then we can reconvene. Oatmeal, you said you had some things the professor wanted to say.
Yes. He kind of looks like contemplative for a moment, and then he looks back up and he looks kind of like reluctant, but he says, well, if we're going to be dealing with a vampire, there is one thing that I should probably say in the interest of transparency. Well, I Sammy and Sasha and I don't know, I guess Seeker are not the only ones who have unusual blood. Mine is due to my heritage, it's extremely desirable to vampires. It well, I've been told that it tastes like nectar, and well, that it's essentially a powerful. The effects are essentially like a powerful health potion for vampires.
Is it because of how long you can live?
Essentially, yes.
Out of character, I'm just like, oh, his blood is ambrosia.
Oh, absolutely. To vampires.
Coriolis, who was like, oh yes, a human or a human adjacent person. Now just like, oh, okay. I'll ask later.
Does do they look visibly confused?
I mean, maybe a touch lost. Could roll an insight, but they're like, this is for later. This is a moment of vulnerability.
Mm-hmm. I'll leave it.
And in that vein, if you'll excuse the pun,
I need to mute. I'm sorry. That got me.
Specifically, Seeker and Sasha, I must emphasize that, well, mostly I'm worried about Seeker. If you so much as think of turning yourself in exchange for Sammy, or to save us the trouble of protecting you, I will drag your sorry ass to the future on Darth, where nothing and nobody can touch you until we have Sammy back and those sadists at our mercy. Are we clear?
Sasha looked down. She definitely wasn't thinking about it. I don't know what you're talking about.
Sasha, you're getting a glare from Amber.
She just looks up in the corner. Look at that spider. That's really interesting. Yeah. So pretty.
Coriolis wraps one long arm around Sasha and pulls her close like a teddy bear, and one long arm around Seeker and pulls him close like a teddy bear, and goes, now we would never do that because we are strong, intelligent people who know how much our friends and family value us and would never put our loved ones in that sort of position.
Sasha looks
Isn't
at
that right, everybody?
Coriolis started that off as strong and intelligent, and she looks at herself, who's not strong, and Seeker, who is debatably potentially not that intelligent, and then looks back to Coriolis like, who are you talking about?
Sasha, I will gut you with a spoon.
She stares the goat down and says, I dare you.
Coriolis stands up, holding both of them like luggage. Like, well, on that note.
Well, are we?
Are we...
Clear.
Oh, yes, don't worry, it wouldn't have worked anyway.
Very clear, Professor.
I mean, Sammy would have just tried to get us back, so what would be the point?
Exactly.
And not just Sammy, all of you, so, like, which is wonderful, don't get me wrong. I mean, I don't want to have to, like, give myself up for anything, but he also promised, I promised him I wouldn't do anything like that.
Good. And Seeker, I'll have you know that if they'd taken you and not Sammy, we would have been going through a very similar process to try to reacquire you.
And also warning Sammy not to turn himself in.
Well, yes, obviously, because of course he would have the same impulse.
Oh my gosh, yeah, you would. Sasha looks like tired sibling.
We're all a bunch of bleeding hearts.
She tries not to snicker.
Yeah, this party is something else.
Like, dark humor is not necessarily the best way to cope, but it is a way to cope.
Seeker has just been called out like 5 ways to Sunday.
I'm just imagining him dangling from Coriolis' arm like a towel, just like, I hate you all.
That is vaguely his expression.
Sasha, don't do this, but focus on Seeker, but I'm more worried about you.
Well, I mean...
I love it. It's kind of
Professor,
accurate.
I know you're an idiot, okay? But
Oh my gosh, I am dying.
So, if we can agree then, if you don't try anything like that, then I won't.
I mean, she looks at you. I don't think you would, but a lot of the times you also make rules that only apply to you.
What?
Sorry.
You don't think...
I mean, I don't think in this instant, I'm just... Sorry.
How about we just agree to a blanket rule, the all of us, to not do anything that would jeopardize the end goal of getting all of us back to where we should be, safe and sound. Yeah?
You won't do anything reckless either, right, Professor?
Well, I can't say I won't do anything reckless, but I'm not going to turn myself in exchange for Sammy.
never thought I'd see the day where Ember has to be the voice of reason.
This is a strange new thing to me.
That promise, Ember.
I agree.
I'm just saying, I know the feeling of having an asset that the enemy wants and being very tempted to leverage it.
Yeah. If, changing the subject, if we go to get Sammy and they can sense emotions, do we have... I have ways to fight against that. Does anybody else?
Well, what does it matter if they can sense our emotions?
If we're trying to be stealthy, they might be able to see where we are.
Oh. Well, if we're trying to be stealthy, then,
I mean, we could just bust through the front doors, but that doesn't seem advisable.
No. Well, I mean, I have calm emotions, but
That's
that's...
still emotion, yeah.
Seeker.
Go, Seeker.
Oh,
Seeker's still being held by luggage by Coriolis, kind of like puts hand to his chin. It's just no. If at least one of them has scent, I wonder if the he kind of like snaps his fingers. The last time that, from what I remember from the memory wipe thing that happened, wasn't there like a lavender smell there?
Yes.
What if somehow we could, if it's scent based, what if we masked it with a different scent? Lavender is pretty strong.
And
Oh.
if they already used it, they might not notice it.
That's a good idea.
There's also it occurs to me that if we could, we're underneath the ocean. There's lots of things that smell down here. Would not be that difficult to put together a few good stink bombs.
That is true. If in case of emergency.
Actually, Dreggs might have some.
Oh.
Or Dreggs' mom might have some.
Oh, Dreggs' mom definitely has some.
Seeker looks disgusted.
Well, that's one
Got a
avenue.
bunch of fish in it. But yeah, that would be good in case of emergency, because while we're escaping, they might not be able to tell where we are if they're nose blind.
Yes, that could be very useful.
I don't know if he sees through smell.
Well,
Doesn't
perhaps
hurt.
not.
How do you see through smell?
Holds up Pema, who is a snake.
A decent amount of animals use something similar to that, just sampling the chemicals in the air.
You know what? Fair enough. I don't know enough about snakes to dispute this.
Well, they've also got heat sensors.
She flicks her tongue.
Seeker just gave me do like a blep back.
I remind you that this interaction is happening from either side of Coriolis' torso.
Yes.
All right,
Well,
do we have anything else that we want to say on this conversation?
I'm good.
I think she just kind of goes, what next?
I think we need to talk to some of the other members of the crew, and we also need to go through Sammy's things.
Yeah.
The crew is just across town.
I will say you have either time to go talk to the crew or go through Sammy's things. You can't do both in this episode. We could do either one next session.
Okay, so we could do one now and the other next.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm looking at the time and
Yeah.
sweating.
Yeah. I'm leaning towards going through Sammy's things.
That would probably be the shorter interaction. Yeah, and it's getting later for a lot of the folks.
Me.
And
Okay.
I stare at you.
I sit here and wiggle.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh
Okay.
no.
Let me go back to the pinned stuff so I can eat everything in to a roll zone real quick for people.
Yep.
And also just the contents of the letter again, real quick.
Mhm.
Just so it's all in one place, because you guys are going to be going through that.
Yeah. Squeakers is accounted for. Sasha already has squeakers.
All right. That's everything there.
My heart.
Mm.
I guess they can go back to the ellipsis for that. The professor's going to try and make the ellipsis turn into something not box shaped.
Appreciated.
Ooh, that's a 6.
Oh boy.
Oh dear.
I think she just turns into like a larger box, and Professor's just like and I don't think it, well, maybe not a larger box. It's like it's a box shaped structure, but it's more like a small like building, like
Is it a garden shed?
something like that, something like sort of narrow, like a almost like a standing like closet, or like a very narrow garden shed or something, and he's just sort of standing in front of it, like with his hands folded in front of his face, like no.
It. I can manage. I'm sorry for the extra trouble.
No, it's not it's not really
Sasha kind of raises her hand to the height of the door and then up to Coriolis and says, well, we at least maybe need a taller door.
well, this is a taller box.
I'll be fine. It. I might ask to hold someone's hand while I enter, but I'll be okay.
Mm-hmm.
Small doors keep me humble.
Mm.
It's a joke because you have to bow. Never mind.
Sasha just like, oh, I thought you just said that.
I thought it was like
They're turning a darker blue.
Sasha's like, wait, no. Sammy took the brain cell with him.
All right. Well, Professor's gonna go inside, and he's gonna find something akin to like a very large high ceilinged dining room sort of deal. And he's gonna fetch the bag of Sammy's things, and just sort of start laying them out on the table.
Seeker will help Coriolis go into the ellipsis by holding his hand, probably making Amber more sure that this is definitely his partner.
Again, if the circumstances were different.
This is gonna be the funniest misunderstanding.
Coriolis remains blissfully unaware. As far as they know, this kid just really hates Toby.
So Professor stands in front of. I assume he's probably gathered the people in this room. And he stands in front of the spread, and he just sort of says like, these four that need attunement, the Pen of Masters, Boots of Speed, Ring of Protection, Hairpins of Disguise. I can't use any of those. I'm already attuned to too many things.
For Sasha in my head is just like, is that literal, or is he trying to make a joke? She doesn't say that out loud. She's more of like, am I missing a thing? I don't think I'm missing a thing.
Besides, none of these are especially well. I think they could benefit others better than myself. Pen of Masters, definitely not amber. Lots of water going on with that one.
Ooh, yeah.
Right.
What is the Pen of Masters?
Let's see. That's God.
Got put in the locker room not too long ago. Hang on.
Yeah. Pen of Masters. Actually, let me see if I can just copy and paste this image. Roll zone. Nope. Let me in the paste. Yeah, there it is. All right.
Oh.
Pen of Masters. Found. You get to do shape water, create or destroy water, but you're not allowed to do damage with it. And find familiar.
Okay.
With a few extra details, but that's the base of it. And Professor will honestly, he's got identify. He can just go through these items and like explain what they are and stuff.
Sasha looks at it and says, well, it controls water and shapes it. That might be safe for amber.
I mean, it's more about the principle of the thing, you know?
That's fair. I was just thinking if you were in trouble, you could make sure that you didn't get wet. No pressure.
Well, you can use it to destroy water. I hadn't thought of it actually. That is a decent point. It can be used in that way.
Sasha looks at the Boots of Speed really quick and says, should we give this to someone fast or someone slow?
I'm not sure. Seeker, you're fairly fast on your own, right?
Oh, I don't wear shoes.
Oh,
Looks
well,
at the horseshoes.
right. Well, I can't use it, so Sasha or Amber or Box.
Or Coriolis.
Box can fly. I don't think Box needs these. Does Coriolis, how fast are you?
I am fairly quick.
Sasha
But
smiles.
most of what I do is up close, so I wouldn't mind taking those if no one else wants to lay a claim to them first. But I'm also very comfortable with going last. I feel like close is family first.
Maybe
Sure.
we should do something easy first. I think Seeker should get the sketchbook.
It has emotions.
Well, it's stories. It makes sense.
I can take the sketchbook.
All right. I don't have any problem with that.
Also paper, so I don't know if Amber would accidentally eat it or not. No offense, Amber.
Well, my self-control isn't that bad anymore.
I heard that you ate a car seat once.
It was...
Were you okay?
I was hungry and it was very good. Huh?
Coriolis is just very quietly. Were you okay?
Well, yeah, it was a really good car seat.
She eats lots of things, don't worry.
I didn't even
They-
have to pay. I didn't even have to pay for it.
Coriolis nods and minds their own business.
Well, let's see. One thing that might be a little easier is the hairpins of disguise. They know what we look like. They've scryed on all of us. You, Sasha, have the benefit of
Ambiguity.
yes,
Also-
lens, quote unquote blessing.
The funny thing is, I just bought something like this to match with Sammy, so I have something.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. So then, I don't know, Seeker. It would probably be useful to be able to disguise you at some point.
Seeker's quite good at disguise kit on top of that, though. Maybe you could use them together?
Could.
Or, actually, looks up at Coriolis. Would this be helpful for you?
Unless they can make me shorter, I really don't know how much there is to do for me.
Fair enough.
I don't think they can do that.
I'm a little bit distinct.
Hmm.
The ring of protection, I feel like that should. I'm sorry, not to Fred, but perhaps that could go to you, Sasha.
I was actually thinking either Box or Amber.
Well, I think I can. Yeah, I definitely think I can manage pretty fine on my own without a ring of protection. But
I was also thinking potentially
Yeah.
Seeker. They don't think about me. So if anyone needs protection, it might be Seeker.
Why am I getting everything?
You've gotten two
It
things,
was-
but there's a lot. Also,
And
she
because
kind of
we care
winces a little
about
bit.
you.
You need a lot of help at the moment.
Well, I don't know. How good are you at defense, Sasha?
Well, that's. She sighs.
Because once they do see you,
She takes the ring.
all right, ring of protection, Sasha. Because I think we can agree it's probably she's the one who needs it most.
Out of character, yes. In character, she's salty.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Not even salty. She's just like, dang it.
Called out.
Hairpins of disguise. I'm still thinking Seeker. I mean, that. Think about it. If we had you in town or in the castle or whatever, it could be useful. You could just disguise yourself as, I don't know, not you, because you're, well, that would be stupid, but also, you're one of the two people that they want, specifically. So, you could it would even possibly be useful to disguise yourself as one of us, or I don't know, somebody else we know.
It's good
Hey,
for quick changes too, in case you're running. Turn a corner, make yourself look like someone else.
How exactly do these hairpins work? Is it just like the disguise self spell?
oh, it's yeah, no, you get to cast the disguise self spell. I think once. It is essentially the reskinned hat of disguise.
Yep.
Let's see, hat of.
I think that's like the Hat of Disguise allows you to cast it at will. No limit.
Yeah, hairpins might be at will.
You can use an action to cast the disguise self spell from it at will. Oh, it does say that. Spell ends if the hat is removed.
Yep.
Okay, so you can cast the disguise self spell, which lasts an hour.
The thing about disguise self is like it doesn't always hold up. You can't just rely on disguise self, you know?
It would mainly be for a pinch.
It's based on your spell save DC. How's your spell save DC?
My spell save DC is perfectly fine. Thank you very much.
How dare you ask such private information?
Well, this shouldn't be a problem. I just don't think that any of the rest of us could get as much use out of it. I can't use it, period.
And I already have something like it.
And also, Box and I don't have hair for hairpins.
They don't have hair.
Oh, where is my hairpin of disguise?
So either... And Coriolis is too tall. I mean, I guess they could make themselves look like a different half-giant, but, like, she shrugs.
Still kind of useless.
Yeah,
I mean, I could look like the cook on my ship.
Oh,
That I could be Antonio for a day until I talk, because Antonio does not talk.
Antonio doesn't talk, and you walk completely different.
I think they would be perturbed no matter which of you showed up. So...
Sasha's thinking about Antonio's cooking now.
Seeker, just take the hairpin. You don't have to use them. Just somebody's got to hang on to them, alright?
Alright, alright.
She comedically leans over and just kind of sticks them in his hair.
They go into his hair. You might hear a slight dissatisfied cat noise as Benjamin is probably perturbed from his spot. But they are in fact in his hair now.
One of them is floating as he nah.
Benjamin, you didn't chew on that. That's probably not good for you.
Disgruntled cat noise puts it back.
Thank you.
Let's see, the boots of speed again. Coriolis or Amber? Sasha, I don't think...
Or Box. Box, do you need to be fast?
Box can fly.
Box can fly. Sasha's like, right.
Box can fly. You're a cleric. Seeker's a bard and he's already fast.
Yeah, I think the boots of speed are probably good to go to Coriolis. I've already got my own boot upgrades.
Do you want to be supersonic? Looks at Coriolis.
A little bit.
She smiles and pushes the boots over.
Okay, let me do some quick math.
You're gonna be so fast. It's so upsetting and I love it.
I'm partially thinking of all the ways Seeker is going to use these hairpins. Because he will stand by his belief that you can't rely just on, like, the disguise self spell. It's very, like, valuable.
Yeah, you just have to like put something that like it can look trashy, but as long as you touch it and it feels physical, you just put a mask over it.
Oh no.
He's gonna go supersonic.
no.
They're gonna go supersonic.
They double my. Okay, so Coriolis now walks at 110.
Yeah,
If they dash. Oh no.
Yep.
Supersonic.
That's incredible.
There's a reason why Velari divested Sammy of all of his items.
Uh-huh.
Hey, do these go along with haste? If someone cast haste on Coriolis, would it stack?
I'm pretty sure it would
I'm
stack.
pretty sure it would stack.
Oh, no.
Wait a second,
think
I have haste.
Oh no.
This is how they bond. This is how they bond.
So instead of a railgun, all we need is Coriolis making a fist to go really fast at Velari. We need a wall to crumble. Let's send the half giant.
I think
I'm
Coriolis is
I'm
now.
having to turn on my camera really quick just to show you guys this.
I think Coriolis qualifies as a long-range weapon.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
Coriolis, the name is suiting.
Oh my gosh. This is going to be an anime moment. Just waiting to happen.
Just imagine that, and then also bless.
Oh gosh. Oh.
I mean,
Or guidance.
boss could put.
Or resistance.
Boss could give bless.
I sit here. I'm just.
You get bless, I give guidance. We just stack Coriolis, and then we'll one-shot Velari.
I also have heroism. Hold on.
I'm going to have to buff the hell out of Velari in the final encounter.
Wait. I think I also have... I have a lot of things.
Because also, need I remind you, I gave all of you guys Sans Coriolis items.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
We have other items, yeah.
I'm going to have to buff the hell out of Velari.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, actually, I have some coin. I can go get an item. Beloved, will you help me find an item that will break Mira's game?
Mira, do you want me to help my beloved find an item that will break your game?
Considering that they did not get the chance to be gifted one by Prismatone, go ahead.
Yes, beloved, I will help you find an item to break the game.
I also remembered that Sasha has Beacon of Hope, so...
Oh no.
God.
We are... Yeah, I sit here.
Well,
They made a mistake.
you have one venue for buffing your vampire mid-game, which is just let them have a piece of the professor.
True.
Or Sasha, or the Fae, or who knows what else. Have a little snack.
I'll tell you a little secret. It's more than just tastes good. It's got some mechanical properties that are quite potent.
Yep.
Oh, gosh, you gave his blood mechanics. I loved you.
I did! He said it's a healing potion for vampires and he meant it.
So what you're saying is that the professor is the greatest snack of all the group.
The heroin snack of a lifetime.
Oh, man.
I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize. That was so good. How does the professor keep getting in these situations?
We see a funky hee-hoo man, and we put him in situations.
Just gotta put him in a situation. We've still got the Pen of Masters. Amber and Box, you don't...
I think that's probably better off going to Box. Like, especially if we're looking at it for its avoiding water properties. I can, I'm tough enough to handle a little puddle or whatever, but blocks, I haven't quite gotten around to fully waterproofing their chassis yet.
Splash proof, not waterproof.
Yeah, also shape water is great because in theory, if you're really good and the DM allows it, you could just, shape water lets you freeze things. You can just like make a little ice boat to float on. That's what Sasha does because she can't swim.
And you know what? It also matches on an aesthetic level. It's a pen. Artists use those. Yeah,
yes.
You want to try it out?
Yes, that seems appropriate.
Also, little pet Splat can mess with the cube. Probably vice versa because I love Splat, but they don't necessarily seem like the most courageous.
They are a service animal first and foremost. That's one of the reasons why Sammy got them is to help.
Emotional support.
Yep.
Whatever they are.
They are usually a ferret.
Ferret, gotcha. So that's all the magic items. How about the weapons? I can't use a greatsword. I could use the javelin or the rapier or the dagger. Seeker, I imagine you've got similar weapon skills. Both parts.
Yeah.
I don't know. Does anybody else have a claim on any of these?
I
think most of us are casters.
Well, I can.
I am very much not.
Well.
Coriolis is good at punching.
All right then. That's good.
The rapier might not be. They kind of hold it up. It looks like a toothpick in their hand.
Probably the greatsword's going to be. Let's see. Can you You could probably do a greatsword, right? That's greatsword, martial weapon, melee weapon.
I don't know if monks can monks use melee weapons.
I don't know. So you're a monk?
Yeah.
Just a monk?
Just a monk.
Oh, you don't have to be hurtful.
I'm asking if you multi-class, thank you.
Just a monk.
Look, I've been playing in AI a lot, and like everybody in there is multi-classed.
Or triple classed.
So
yeah.
it's a valid question.
It is a valid question.
Valid.
It was just really funny.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pick on you, but can monks use
weapon must be a simple or martial weapon. So you can use a... Or wait, that's an optional feature.
Fair.
I am not sure.
Oh, simple melee weapons.
Okay.
It's a simple melee weapon.
It's a martial melee weapon.
Okay.
So that's probably a no. Oh, and maybe none of us can use it. That's a shame.
I can put it in my hammer space.
If we run into Sammy, it would be nice to be able to get to him as soon as possible. Sorry, I just looked in Peanut Gallery and my beloved has posted something.
Oh, turtle.
Cube.
Cube.
All hail the cube. Anyway,
got mentioned, I'm just like, what if I drew a tiny little turtle and then I drew a tiny little turtle?
Tiny
little turtle.
All right,
Sasha will probably slip that in her hammer space.
Mm-hmm.
She actually raises her hand. She's like, I do know how to use javelins.
All right.
Does anybody else, though?
I think Seeker and I do.
Who would be the best to have a javelin?
Mm,
I'm not necessarily strong. I guess, well, I have... She looks at her new arm. This thing does things, apparently, but I need to practice with it first.
Does it, mechanically, does it do anything with your strength?
Yes. It increases her... she can roll a D8, 1D8 for unarmed strike, and it has, like, a launch property where she can, like, punch someone from 20 feet away.
Okay. I don't know if that transfers to the javelin, but
it says that, like, if you're holding a weapon, blah blah blah, something something.
Oh, okay.
But I shrug. If someone else might want the javelin because she probably won't use it.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Personally, I was Professor already has a dagger, so he was probably gonna go for either the javelin or the rapier. Great sword's already done. Javelin, rapier, or dagger. Does anybody want the dagger? Does anybody not have a dagger? Wants one.
Sasha, like, I have a few already, so I'm good.
Amber, do you want the knife?
Give the jail.
Well,
Well, now that you say it in that tone of voice, it seems like a bad idea.
Well, do you have one? Because I already have one, and Sasha already has one.
actually, no, I don't have a knife.
All right.
Alright, we're giving Amber
All right. There you go.
Gives
a
the
position of one knife.
Good. Okay. Javelin and rapier. Javelin is 1d6. Rapier is 1d8.
I think Sasha will be like, I'll take the javelin. I have an idea.
Okay.
Leaves rapier for the professor because Sasha literally cannot use a rapier. I don't think it's in her proficiency.
Well, unless Seeker.
Seeker, do you want a javelin?
I already have a rapier, and
Oh.
yeah, it's and he pulls out what seems to be like a hilt for a rapier from his bag. It's interestingly collapsible.
Oh.
It's
Oh.
really cool.
I don't know where I got this.
Sasha's just like, which bag did... She looks at the flow bag and the other bag and tries to determine which one he pulled it
Oh no,
out.
I've had this.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Don't-
so.
Just say.
All right then. Javelin for Sasha. Nobody has any objections to that?
Nope.
Okay. And then, well, Seeker, if you already got a rapier, then do you mind if I take this one?
Not at all.
All right. So that gives me an extra option aside from my longsword. Well, then, I think that's everything. I've got the letter. I'm keeping it because, if we can manage to, scry, if we can manage to find somebody to cast, scrying, then, we can use, the bit of his ink that's on here to, increase the potency of that spell. Because not only are we familiar with Sammy, very much so, but, having a, something from his person is helpful for spells like that.
And after that, depending on how close we get, I do have locate creature.
Does that also use something like this?
Well, sort of, but basically I just have to know them really well, and I do.
Oh, well, yes, of course. Yes, no, that'll definitely be very useful.
It just
when we're-
only kind of works up to 1,000 feet, so it's more of when we get close.
Yes,
Also, it
that
doesn't
will.
really work over certain bodies of water. It's a little limited, but it'll work when we get close.
No, I think that's going to be a great tool for pinpointing him. This is more for long range, figuring out
Yeah.
which direction to throw ourselves in.
Does she have this spell? One moment. You can keep talking. I gotta double check.
Level spell.
Oh no, I don't. She's I have sending, but I've been hesitant to use it.
Oh, I mean, do you want to try? Is that the one that allows a return message?
It is.
What do you want to ask him?
I don't. That's the thing. I don't know, and I don't know if they have any way of messing with it, or if it would hurt him, or I don't know the situation, so I've been hesitant.
Well, based on the Geas, it could hurt him if they've thought of that. Other than that, I don't know how they would mess with it.
They do hear it. The person will hear it in their mind, so as long as he can think things, it should be okay.
Mm-hmm.
But
I mean, you're welcome to try.
his mind was messed up, and
Yes. No, he's. Well, then there is also the problem of him being disconnected from Prismatone and lore. It is possible that his soul's been dislodged in some way, almost similar to what happened in Chiaroscuro.
yeah, I guess I'm just scared.
Well, the worst thing that can happen is that you either get a terrible message or nothing.
She looks like, worse things could happen, but she understands you're trying to comfort her.
I mean, is there something worse than that? Like, it either hurts him and you get a bad message, or you don't get any connection.
Well, they can do things with magic we don't understand. I have no idea if they could hijack the spell and hurt me or something.
I don't think they could hurt you. I think they could just say something rude.
Okay, well, I'll just try it. Hey, Mira, what happens if she... I think she's going to be like, what should I ask?
I will say you can do this. But you are going to need to figure out what you are going to say to him.
Exactly. I think she's just like, look, I got 25 words or less.
Maybe a message of hope?
I think she just looks around like, what should I say?
Well,
she
I
has
mean,
no idea.
if he's charmed, he probably can't tell us where he is. He may not know where he is. We have a pretty good idea of where he is. Something nice, maybe.
I think I have an idea what to say.
I think Coriolis takes one of her hands.
Yeah, she's gonna cast sending.
It goes through.
Okay,
What do you say?
She says, Sammy, it's Sasha. Me counting on my fingers.
Gotcha.
We love you. We will find you. Don't lose hope. Remember, Just
Okay.
remember.
Okay, is that all?
I think so. She doesn't know what else to say.
Okay. Okay.
He has 25 words to respond if he's able.
Yep, I know. Okay. All right. Shoot, how do I phrase this?
Puts DM on spot.
I will be real, I was not expecting this, so
Mhm.
I just know it's emotionally going to wreck me, and so I'm just like, if only I had an actual handhold.
maybe grab Dan.
Dan is very high in his cat tree. That is not happening.
Is Callie available?
Callie left
Fair enough. Okay.
the jerk.
Okay, all right. Okay. I do not know, Sasha. Who are you?
Well,
Professor's just sort of like watching carefully.
I think her shading drains. And she's got a few of these, so she's going to send it again
Oh.
and be like, I am your sister. You were taken from us by people who are lying to you and saying that you're theirs.
I have no sister. I am always where I have always been. Where I am supposed to be.
This is her last one. Do not forget to doubt what don't forget to doubt everything you see, hear, think. They are using it against you. We will find you.
Why should I doubt? When everything I know is true.
She can't respond.
Sorry, I have a little bit more, but my brain's stalling on how to phrase this.
Take your time.
Right.
If you do not find me, my Lord will have me find you.
For the past couple minute or so, Sasha's been very still, very focused, statuesque, and then she gets the twinge of a smile before looking up and saying, he's not himself, but he said that if we don't find him, his masters will send him to us. We'll find him one way or another.
Very good.
He doesn't remember any of us, though.
Powerful magic users. It's not surprising.
Yeah.
Hey, Sasha.
What do you want from me, Satan?
Roll me a whiz save at disadvantage.
Please.
Oh no.
Hey, Professor! Hey, Professor, remember Sasha's paranoia?
Mm,
I squint at you. Don't worry, this was still her choice. I'm more of just like, if she gets psychic damage at all, she's just going to fall to the ground being like, I was right. With save at disadvantage. One moment, I think. Okay, we'll say. And then she has the Amulet of Protection now, so... Okay, so that's that, and then she has this. One moment. I got a bunch of new things, so I have to double check if they do anything for this. Okay. Okay, that one doesn't do anything for that. This one, okay, it's a +1 to saving throws. So, what is this? That would be +9. Disadvantage. As a 13.
Okay, a 13 does not make it. Hey, Sasha.
Fuck. Yeah?
You're no longer in Dreggs' kitchen. You
fuck.
are...
The Ellipsis.
Nope. You are in a very, very familiar hallway.
They were in the Ellipsis.
Oh, they were in the Ellipsis. Sorry. You are no longer in the Ellipsis. You are now in a very, very familiar hallway that you recognize.
Oh, no.
It's from the Summer Manor.
That burned, I thought.
Yep.
Hey, now.
Mm-hmm. Everyone else sees Sasha collapse, dead asleep.
Coriolis will catch.
She falls with a whisper, have I told you so? Not really, sorry. Damn it, Mira! I should have known better.
Professor's going to try and, smack her awake.
Roll me a whiz save.
Me?
No, Professor.
Professor?
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Damn it!
Professor falls asleep. I know the exact words Seeker is saying.
Is it not again?
It is not again.
Oh no.
Oh no!
A 10 does not make it, my good sir. Your hand touches Sasha's arm to smack it awake, and your face hits the table.
Wait, is this magic? Nope, it doesn't matter. Even if I roll at advantage, that's
It's not
still didn't save.
magic. It's
I got
right.
At
a
least-
net 20 on my first save.
Yep.
And then I got 13. Damn.
Professor, you blink, and you're suddenly not in the Ellipsis anymore. You are in a familiar street, in a place you visited before. A place that you guys were talking about earlier. Earlstown. Everyone else just sees the professor pass the fuck out.
Coriolis will try to catch
For James' sake, not again!
I think
Okay. Go
Okay,
ahead.
Coriolis, since you're holding two people who have now passed out, make me a biz save.
alright.
No, it's
Whiz save. Oh, interesting. Not as good as I thought. For shame, Coriolis, for shame.
A 13 does not
13.
make it. You have enough time to curl around both of your passed out party members right before you yourself tip onto the table, completely out. And
Great.
you blink
Okay.
your eyes, and you are in not the Ellipsis anymore, but you are in a forgotten place. A place
Kansas.
no one...
I'm sorry.
A place no one has stepped in for years. An old statue stands in front of you in the middle of a dry fountain.
No.
The statue has rainbow hair. Everyone else, you have 3 people passed out.
Yeah, I think Amber's first action is to stop Box from reaching out. They are concerned, but she can't. She.
Do I have to
damn
roll
it.
for Pema?
No. Pema is
Okay.
still awake.
Question: Can this can wait until you get to Coriolis, but can Coriolis feel the connection to Seeker?
Yes, that has not been severed.
Same question with Pema.
Pema has not been severed with Sasha. Everyone is still physically there. They're just asleep.
Oh gosh, Pema's
Alright.
immediate. Sorry, Sasha's just like, oh, this is bullshit.
I think, seeing this, Amber is going to first, swear under her breath, then cast first guidance on herself, and, let's see. Yeah, she's gonna try, and go ahead and cast Dispel Magic on, I think Sasha first.
It doesn't work.
Amber?
That didn't do anything. Hey, wait, that should have at least. Uh, hey, Box. What? Do you see anything on them? And Box will go ahead and cast Detect Magic real quick.
It is magic, but it isn't magic. It's not harmful, but something is definitely happening here.
Oh, fuck.
What does that mean? So
Basically, it's not magic per se, but there is like this divine energy going on.
Oh, it's like the letter
Yeah. But
with the
it's
Gias.
The gears we
it's-
couldn't break.
but it's not bad. If that makes sense. This isn't a negative thing.
Pecker. Oh, you mother pecker!
okay, so like, do they get a school of magic or anything?
I'm gonna be real with you, Tala. I can't put this in a school of magic. It's just happening.
Fair enough. Yeah, so Fox's eyes will flicker back to normal and they just go, I don't know, actually. This doesn't look like normal magic.
Doesn't look like normal magic.
It,
Okay.
I think it's kind of. It looks divine almost, but well, not the normal kind. I guess if it's not quite magic.
I think Seeker like goes and sees if he can find one of those like wooden spoons and like kind of poke the professor in the face.
Make a whiz save, but with advantage.
Okay. Oh, this is probably still gonna end poorly. Oh boy, this is not the correct chat for this. I gotta go back to the roll zone. Yeah. All right.
Uh,
Not 20 minus 2, 18.
Yeah,
Uh,
20.
you feel drowsy,
Nope.
but that's all you feel.
It still affects through objects. Not actually hurt, I'm just really tired now.
Oh, great.
Okay, can I roll an Arcana to see if, like... Or...
Yeah,
Sorry.
is there like something we could roll to see if we can figure out what this is?
I sit here, you know what? Roll me an Arcana, and if you roll really good, then I will give you something.
In the background, can I ask if can Sasha use magic?
She can use magic. With a 23,
Well, I guess I might as well add
damn.
my guidance to that.
with a,
Oh my god!
okay.
31.
Oh fuck.
You
If we roll
guys,
higher!
as you guys use magic to try and figure out what, just are trying to, figure out what the friggin' heck this all is, there's almost like a shimmering cloud that kind of passes through your vision. And when you blink your eyes open again, you see these pastel rainbow strings attaching all of you. And they're pulsing with a white light.
Oh, that's not ominous. It's not ominous at all.
And each straight individual string goes to each one of your hearts. The professor has a string that kind of splits in two to go into each heart.
Mhm.
Yeah. Oh, I see Professor really has some split ends over here.
Yeah, maybe after this is all over, we can recommend him some good shampoo. Anyways.
Maybe get a haircut.
You know when people use humor to cope.
Okay. Molotov, real question. Do we just bite the bullet on this one?
Well, I mean,
I feel
Wait.
like we're gonna...
wait, but I mean, there is Dreggs, right? She's a god. Maybe we could go ask her if she knows what's going on before we do anything.
Oh,
Hey, Box, make a whiz save.
oh no.
Okay. All right, Vox, what was your whiz save again? There it is. Uh, 16.
You feel drowsy? Nothing else.
Though, I think we might want to be quick. I'm feeling a little tired.
We should leave. Okay.
Yep,
We'll be fine
yep.
here. It's the ellipsis. The door will... should...
Amber is picking Vox up, and she is leaving.
Do they have a key?
Questionable.
They can't even search
I
in
mean,
his pockets.
If you want to look for one, you may, but
We don't have a
that,
lot of time here, apparently.
yeah, no. You have known the ellipsis to unlock for you on occasion, however.
I feel like this might constitute a good reason to unlock for us even without a key.
Yeah, I mean, you can get out, no problem. That you don't need anything to get out. It's getting back in that might be an issue.
Well,
All right.
I'll take the risk, I guess. Amber, we'll go ahead and leave to seek out Dreggs.
Okay. Seeker, do you follow Box and Amber?
Yes, we'll follow them.
Okay, before we focus on you guys, we are going to jump back to the people who are asleep. Okay, Sasha.
Hi. First thing she's doing is seeing if prestidigitation works, and if so, she's casting Intellect Fortress on herself, because this is bullshit.
Yep, it works.
Cool, she has that, and then she's just going to start looking around because she's pissed off, and she's going to find a way out of here.
You're in a very familiar hallway of your childhood. As you're walking, you gain more and more memories of this time in your life. You're not you're able to walk on your own and peer down the hallways. You're not confined to that room where your family's work was carried out during the summer. And
Does she look like herself in the present, or
I'm gonna say she looks like herself in the present.
okay, cool. Whew.
You are you walking at all?
Oh yeah, speed walking, looking
Okay.
for a way out.
Okay. As you're walking, you start to hear a very familiar screeching tone.
She
of
stops.
Your younger brother screaming bloody murder because he is so not having this.
Oh gosh.
And he sounds like he's about 5 years old.
Something in her just loses reason and she starts running towards it.
As you round the corner, you see Sammy as he was when he was 5 years old, and managing to struggle so hard he nearly throws Miss Nana to the ground. There is a sudden snap, and suddenly the dream changes. Miss Nana is no longer there. Instead, it's just you and your little brother. Shading red, hiccuping, angry because deep down he's scared, and that makes him awfully, awfully mad because that's the only outlet he knows.
She just runs and hugs him.
Sasha.
Picks him up. It's okay. Everything's going to be okay. Let's find a way out of here, alright? We don't have to be here. And she walks in the opposite direction of where they are.
You were hurting him. You were hurting him.
It's okay. I'm not hurt. I'm not hurt.
It's not fair.
It's okay.
It's miss you, Sasha.
She takes out one of the ribbons she's wearing and says, "Here, play with this." Bright red.
Sasha,
Yeah?
they hurt him. They hurt him bad.
Who'd they hurt?
They look at you and you notice that there's something just slightly off about this Sammy in your arms. His eyes are gray when they had been a clear white when you were little.
She just looks concerned and then just keeps trying to find a way out and keep asking, "Who's him? Do you mean Papa?"
No, it. Mm, it's-
Can she roll either insight or intelligence or something?
you can roll insight, and while you're rolling, I'm gonna say a little bit more.
Okay.
Was big, and now little pieces.
Okay, because I think she knows. I think she has an idea of what's going on, but let's see. Yeah, that's a 28.
Yeah.
What she thinks happening is she thinks this little Sammy's talking about Big Sammy.
Mm-hmm. And she's right.
This is part of Sammy.
Mm-hmm. This is a part of Sammy.
Cool. How did she wake up? Damn. I guess we pan over to the professor.
We do pan over to the professor. Professor, you're in Earlstown. The air is filled with the sounds of seabirds and people, but no one is around. It's just set dressing. Set dressing to what's really important. The boy you saved, kimono and face still covered in soot. He's standing before you, holding your gifted bag of jelly beans, sniffling softly. He holds his arms out to you, making quiet grabby hands, even with the big bag of candy. Professor?
He's gonna bend down and pick him up.
Cling. Sammy just nuzzles into your shoulder and just, I'm glad it's you.
Hello, dear.
Hi, Professor. Something bad happened.
Do you remember what it was?
He was digging, and we couldn't let him have it. We couldn't. We couldn't let them have us.
Mm-hmm.
It hurt. Everything's wrong. We're not supposed to be alone.
When you say we, who's the other?
There's me. There's Rage. There's Sneaky Silence. There's others. It's fuzzy. We're not all aware. Oh, there's Joy. Faith?
Oh, hmm. other aspects of Sammy.
I'm one of the middle ones. The not tiny but not big.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I see that.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
But we couldn't stay because they kept digging.
I see.
We had to leave Num behind.
Ah. I see. Are you still, I'm not sure if you know the answer to this, but are you still in his head?
We're in
Just
your
hidden?
head.
Oh,
We couldn't stay. Wasn't safe.
I see. Well, all right. Huh. Well, I suppose we'll have to get working on fixing that, yes?
Yeah, I just don't know what the body's gonna be like when we get back.
Yeah. I don't know.
But we're with you guys now, I think. I know everyone else didn't follow me.
Hmm. Hmm. I was trying to wake up Sasha, so she's probably got somebody.
Oh, that makes sense. Pat, pat, pat. I'm glad I got you, though.
Well, thank you, dear.
Jelly beans. And we're gonna jump to Coriolis.
Hi.
Hi!
So, a nowhere place, you say?
Nowhere place. It's, I will say, it is a place that looks like it should be a temple, but it's not anymore.
Well, I think the first thing they're going to do is send a thought to Seeker, being like, "I'm okay. I've been presumably dreaming."
It does go through.
Coriolis, you're getting unknowingly ignored as the panic of just like, where the fuck is Dreggs? You forgot the location, even though they're right next door. Anyway.
Coriolis
They're
is just
trying
like,
their best.
well, we'll work with that when we wake up. Okay. Are they inside the temple?
We are inside the temple, and in front of you is an old statue of Priz in the middle of a dry fountain.
I think that they bow to it. They don't know what to do in a temple. Their
As
god lives in a machine shop, and she'll fix your carburetor for you.
as as you stand up from your bow, you notice an 18-year-old Sammy sitting at
Sam.
the edge of the fountain.
Oh god, that's not too far off the
From
That's a little bit older than the age that they originally met Sammy at, isn't it?
18? No. He was 12?
Okay, my mistake. Okay.
Yeah, he was 12 when they met. And Sammy is 18, but he's now 20, so he's 2 years younger than he was.
Sammy, can you hear me?
Hi, Corey.
I think they come to sit next, or stand next to him. Where are we?
An old Prismatown temple where I found Mom.
I think she must be worried.
I know.
Sorry, grab my cat.
Yee.
He was screaming.
I didn't mean for this to happen. We didn't mean for this to happen.
We?
We just wanted Sammy to have a really good day at the festival.
Can I give you a hug?
Yeah, that would be nice.
Scoop him up.
Melt. They've never actually really been hugged before, even though they've experienced hugs.
I promise that you're going to be alright. We're going to have to fight for a happy ending, but we're going to make it.
I'm worried about we had to leave them behind.
You know how strong you are.
Not against this. They were digging into our mind. We shattered. Worse than we already were. We were already separate. But not like this. Not alone.
Not alone.
Good as faith if I'm scared. It's supposed to be the one who believes in the good.
I think the entire point of faith is that it's for the things that you don't really know.
But what good is faith when I always got Sammy hurt?
Are you sure? You can't remember what places like this were like when Sammy was through with them. The good he did to make sure he found there.
Just we've so many of my decisions in trying to protect him have gotten the body hurt. I'm scared, Corey.
It's okay to be scared. You are doing the best that you can with what you have been given. And you have to remember that a ship is safe in port. But port is not what a ship is for.
Okay. I've always had the others with us. It's weird being the only one here.
I won't leave. And soon you'll be back with them. Do you want to try to find the door and visit Seeker?
Okay.
They offer their hand. And Mira, may I suggest one dreamscape indulgence?
Sure.
Because it's a dream, even though one is significantly taller than the other, they're able to walk, holding on to each other comfortably.
Yes, I allow this.
Coriolis will just very gently step forward, not rushing them, but
They're following. I'm going to say at this point, we're going to switch over to the Low Whiz Gang. Hey, guys!
That's a good point. What?
How did we both make our whiz saves?
How?
How did all three characters manage to make their whiz saves?
Well, I guess
They're
it
not
helps that
equipped for being awake.
Amber didn't have to make a whiz save, and Box is a cleric now. So
Oh,
Yeah, I was trying to find Dreggs going, buds.
yes.
You've gotten lost.
After I want to say after the initial panic and confusion passes, can I roll a survival check to see if
Yeah.
Amber can
Roll me
It's literally
survival.
next door.
even they remembered it was right next door.
You are outside of
Oh my
it.
gosh. A nat 20.
nat 20?
Hell yeah.
oh,
She remembers because of the machinery.
You guys have turned yourselves around so bad. You're right where you're supposed to be.
This is where we started.
I planned this.
You planned this.
Yeah, sure. Let's go with that. Scenic route or something. I don't know. Amber's knocking on the door a bit frantically.
Dreggs pokes her head out of the garage like, what on earth are you two screaming about?
Oh, hey, Mrs. Drake. So we have a situation over in the Ellipsis. I don't know if you know about her, but she's basically, well, that's besides the point. Our friends have fallen asleep, and we don't know how to wake them up without also falling asleep.
Show me. She grabs a greasy rag to wipe off her hands and steps out to follow these frantic children. Um,
Yeah, okay, so
You get
I
back
think
to the.
Amber will like start to explain like as best she can what happened question mark as they walk the 50 feet back to the ellipsis.
Don't worry, she planned this.
She totally planned this.
Seeker is filling in any details she leaves out. Is too like current mind jumbled to like process that this was definitely not planned.
how,
It was totally planned that that she would get them to Dreggs after getting lost. Don't worry.
how does the ellipsis deal with a goddess of recycling trying to enter the front door?
Well, she she rolled a 14, which is a success, but like I think you're gonna have to like jiggle the door a fair bit before it like opens.
She's like, well, I hope I don't have to take the doorknob off.
Ellie, can you please just unlock? There's leave. We don't know where there's leave. Ellie, come on.
Yeah, it finally opens.
Hey, thank you, Ellie. You're best.
Thank you so much, Ellie. I promise to give you a new coat of paint someday.
Thank you. I think like Dreggs is like unabashedly like ogling like this is the coolest. This is just really cool. Like she's still focused, but like also
Can you roll me a wisdom?
sure, why not?
Oh, that's right!
I have to.
Oh god damn it. No, a 3 from the goddess. Okay, so that's a 13.
Wow, that's a fail. So, the ellipsis, as she is wont to do, cast detect thoughts. And so, since you failed, she not only gets a, surface thought, but also, a deeper thought. And you are aware, after she gets that something is probing your mind.
Is it clear that this is the ellipsis?
As much as you could intuit that, it's not any of the people you're with. It's some other entity that seems to be tied to this place.
You just mentioned that she's sentient.
They did?
That is true.
Oh, then,
Seeker offhandedly commented, "Oh yeah, she's sentient" before entering.
oh, in that case, yes. You're like, this is the sentient part.
Okay. For a surface level thought, I think like just sort of a general concern. Seeker does not seem like the run around in a circles type.
Uh-huh.
Amber also is like, oh, I'm a cool preteen. I don't get excited, except now she's very excited, so
Right.
deal with this sooner than later.
Yes.
For a deeper thought,
It doesn't
I
even
think,
have to be relevant, but
all right. I think a deeper thought, Dreggs woke up this morning very much missing her husband, who has passed, and her thoughts have been with the wedding ring that's around her neck. Just that. She
yeah.
just misses him like a limb.
Yeah. Very nice, thank you.
But yeah, she's like, I think she's kind of tempted to like hold on to the connection just because that seems like a really interesting conversation for later. But possible medical emergency first.
Yeah, sure. It's concentration up to a minute, so honestly, you can.
Fair enough.
It's one way, but you can hold on to that connection.
Sure, why not?
Anyway.
Think that she'll just be like, if you have any extra information, any diagnosis, I'm open to suggestions.
Hello, weird magic.
Oh, I will. I'm sorry, I wasn't talking to you.
Oh shit, sorry.
There's like no obvious response.
Fair enough. Yeah, hey Mira, what does everyone's still asleep?
Everyone is gonna roll a d2. Give me a sec.
Pema is like on top of Sasha and meowing and batting at her face.
Yep, everyone is still asleep.
Could I roll an arcana?
Roll an arcana for me.
These are stupid stats.
Tis a god.
Could I say that Amber like gives the help action by like also explaining like the stuff that they did find from like their initial investigations in that first Arcana roll?
I don't
That
know.
was a 32.
Never. I don't think you need it. Never mind.
Hey Dreggs, with a 32, you definitely see the rainbow connection strings, and you also see... Okay, let me find the thing, because I'm gonna reveal the thing through Dreggs. I just gotta get to the right server and channel. And we're gonna roll a zone. Behind each person who is asleep, there is a faint figure. Behind brain work. Behind Sasha is a small bald child with red shading and gray eyes. Behind the professor is a 10-year-old child who has kind of a tan, yellowish skin color with blonde on top, and it fades into pink. And they're wearing a cape, and they are drenched in mud. And then as Dreggs kind of turns her head to look at Seeker and Amber and Box, behind Seeker, Dreggs sees a tall, very tall figure that's kind of drab and pale and has goat eyes. Just kind of blinking at her. Behind Box and Amber is a small curly-haired figure with long ears and a tail with gold eyes. And with Coriolis, behind Coriolis is a rainbow-haired figure, but it's more of a gradient than individual strands. And this figure is more scarred, has gold eyes, and has a little in the ear that is more elfin and has a notch on it. There is a gold earring there.
Well.
And all of this is seen by Dreggs.
Okay. With 32, can she tell that they're not being hurt?
Yep.
Okay.
Can
So
tell
I think
this is very much a soul reaching out for help. Also needing to stay with these people that the soul obviously has connections to. That's where the pale rainbow brain.
Strings?
Yes, strings. Thank you.
I think that she can. Is it in like progress and needs to be completed? Is it
Yes.
okay?
It's something that they need to stop fighting, please.
You two, come here.
Listen, they're panicked.
This is a good thing. This is something that is going to help in the long run.
Amber, Beacon, I'm here. I need you both to calm down.
Reasonably, ma'am, I don't think this is a situation to be calm about.
Yeah, this is like really worrying. So forgive us for being a little concerned.
I am attempting to help you fix the problem. Trust me. Take deep breaths.
Seeker will take deep breaths.
This is Amber.
Um, hmm. uh, like she does not out of spite, you can tell, but she does calm down.
Sammy's asking for help. Will you go to him?
This has to do why everyone else has passed out, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, Amber, I give Seeker a look.
Time to bite that bullet, huh?
If Michael, for every time this exact situation seems to have happened.
Hey, maybe Box can join us this time.
Oh, yeah, maybe I can join this time. And that Box is going to go ahead and crouch down and put a hand on Sasha's arm.
Okay, do you need to make a whiz save or are you going to let it happen?
They'll let it happen. They trust Dreggs.
All right. You are out. You feel the drowsiness hit and gently take you down.
Dreggs will catch the robot.
Amber, do you let this happen?
Yeah, Amber just sits down, gives the now unconscious Box a little pat on the head, and lets what happens happen.
All right. And Seeker, do you let this happen?
But slightly before that, he turns to Dreggs. Before I go to sleep, can you possibly do me a favor?
Possibly.
Could you move Coriolis off of the table?
I thought that Coriolis was... No, I guess they're sort of curled around the professor and Sasha on top of the table, huh?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Sasha's just
Dreggs,
face down on table.
Dreggs just wraps her arms around all three of them, and like just kind of flops them over, like the way that you'd flip a plank of wood, lengthwise.
That isn't exactly what I meant, but thank you.
She shrugs.
And he will go to nap time dimension.
All right. Boxed and Amber, you open your eyes to a snow-covered forest.
There's immediate alarm from Amber's and
As you are kind of freaking out about this, you realize that the snow doesn't hurt. It's not actually water. This is a dream.
good old dream logic.
Yep, this is just the setting. This isn't meant to hurt. And as you kind of register that, you see this small, itty bitty child run up to you, crash into both of your guys' legs, and just kind of beam up at you like, "Hi! Can we play?"
Oh, sure. Sure, what kind of game?
Yay! Yay! We used to put we would gather up a lot of snow, turn it into a ball, and send it down the hill. Or we could play tag, or we could do other things. I haven't met a lot of new people, and I'm very, very, very excited, even though it's really, really scary because we're not usually supposed to be out. And, yeah, but let's play!
Okay, that first game sounds fun.
Yay! They are tugging your hand box and are showing you how to very seriously roll up a ball of snow and then send it down the hill.
This is actually probably like the first time Box has ever played in the snow, so they absolutely get into the game.
Yay!
Amber, meanwhile, probably hangs back a little, just out of mild confusion, I'd say. And of course, like still a bit worried as well. I mean, last time she went into a sort of dreamscape, it didn't go very hot.
This is true.
Definitely
So
one
for
of those
now-
chill, pun intended.
So for now, I think she just sits down against the tree and watches the two little kids have their fun. Well, totally, definitely not marveling at the feeling of snow. She's being cool about this.
It's very cool, and it basically feels like how you would how a normal person would feel it that's not made out of fire. Something that's completely foreign to Amber because I'm pretty sure Amber would just be going ow, 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 ow.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, you get to experience snow that does not hurt you. Congratulations. And we're gonna go over to Seeker. Hey, buddy. You have. Oh, this one's gonna be a bit of a doozy.
Oh,
You are in the snow again, but it's not comforting like normal. You normally don't feel the bite of snow like this. It's a chill that almost is like knives against your skin. And it's night. The moon is a silver overhead. It's the night before leaving. One more day. Give me one more day with them. The voice begs, familiar, and you can see Sammy through the storm, on his knees, begging. And then a choking cry as the Gios's magic swirls around him, lavender and sea brine so cloying around your nose you sneeze from it. I'm sorry. I tried. I really did. Snow swirls in front of your face, morphing into cyan orbs of light. It feels more like a hug than anything else. It feels like a goodbye. And suddenly, it's not snowing anymore. It's a meadow. And you see Sammy right before he left.
Sammy? I think like starts into like a run to go hug Sammy.
He hugs you so very tight. I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. There's nothing for you to blame. No one blame yourself. I'm sorry. Okay, Sammy.
No, we're not. We broke. Badly. I'm sorry.
What?
Tried. We really, really tried. And I don't know what they're going to do with piloting.
Hey. No matter how badly you think you did, I promise that we're still proud of you, okay? You did your best, and I know it's hard.
We tried really, really hard, but he kept digging into our mind and we couldn't let him have us.
I think Seeker gives like a sad smile and like a sort of like mirrorless laugh. That feels.
This means like I'm going to be a burden to you, Seeker.
Not. Never a burden.
And if I'm his silence, what he kept from everyone.
No one deserves the secret. You don't have to give me a... Even if you still look at yourself as a burden, it's not one I'm afraid of carrying, alright? We'll get Num home? We'll get Num home. We'll get you back to Num in a way that won't be harmful, alright?
I'm just scared that numb isn't going to be numb anymore, and I don't know who he's going to be when we meet again. We've never been apart. Not like this.
Seeker kind of holds Sammy's face. No matter what happens to him, he'll probably love you. Not gonna give up on him. The story will have a happy ending.
He rests his forehead against yours, Seeker.
Bonks back.
And when you open your eyes again, you're on the floor with the weight of, not really a weight, but you have the vague inkling that there's basically someone kind of watching over your shoulder, almost. And as you start looking around, you notice everyone else starting to stir as well, and everyone, you all feel that sense of someone kind of looking over your shoulder. It's not pervasive, it's just someone is with you now. You're all awake again.
So,
I think I'm gonna go back to bed.
um, you've all got a bit of Sammy.
Yes.
Right.
I will say
Yeah.
Amber and Box are doing a timeshare kind of thing.
Faith and Coriolis did kind of like set off to like go knock on the door for Seeker.
Yep, I do know, but you did wake up before you could actually knock.
Fair enough.
Don't worry, we can do a funky he-who share dream sequence later.
Sorry, just wanted to highlight.
Yee.
Oh. So I think, I mean, I don't, somebody was, I mean, did we all get an explanation? Do I need to go over this again, or?
I could maybe use one.
Okay.
Yeah, we kind of just
Okay.
we kind of just played in the snow.
Got it. Right. Okay.
I'm pretty sure I know what happened, but my Sammy wasn't very well spoken.
Yes. All right. The one I've been talking to is near as I can tell, very close to well, it's essentially the one I found in Earlstown, 10 years old, so at least mostly coherent. Let's see. He, quote unquote, was digging through Sammy's mind, and he couldn't let him, couldn't let him have, Sammy. So, he sort of, broke apart and these facets, aspects of Sammy were able to find and connect to us. But one's left behind. Numb.
That's
That's about what I got.
And was
I-
afraid that Num would change in the end. I wouldn't be able to recognize.
How old are your guys' versions?
About 18. I have Sammy's face.
I think ours was about 3 or 4. They seem pretty young.
Mine named a few of them. So there's let's see. There's rage. Somebody's got rage. There's joy. There's faith. I think that was about.
Coriolis raises their hand.
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. Faith, joy. Well, if you were just playing in the snow, willing to bet that's joy. Rage. I don't know who's got rage.
Sasha slowly raises her hand.
All right. I don't know who mine is, or Seeker.
Silence.
Ah,
Only silence.
okay.
Sasha flinches a little.
Probably just from the other day if I had to guess how old.
Mine's about 5.
Huh. Not how old I expected Rage to be.
Sammy's always been a little disco ball.
Mm. Well, this is interesting.
Honestly, it could have been worse. Seeker is staring right at Professor while saying this.
He
Sasha looks directly at the professor.
Could have been a lot worse.
he just sort of like ducks his head and looks away.
She smiles.
I swear, if something like this happens for a third time, I'm gonna lose my mind, though.
A third time?
Technically, this is the third time for me.
What?
Are you all alright?
Apparently not.
Debatable.
Questionable.
Do we know how many pieces of him there are? If it's all of his emotion colors, that's a lot.
I didn't get a number, and I also didn't get an impression that it was tied to a specific color. I mean, okay, yours probably is, but I don't know that the rest. I don't know that Sammy's silence would have a color. Okay, Joy's probably got a color. Faith, I don't know that that's an emotion so much as an aspect.
Yeah.
I'm just speculating, of course.
Okay,
but-
okay. Chunks of how he identifies as himself. That sounds okay. I'm just trying to figure out if it's just us or if there's somebody out there who just got hit.
I don't know. I think
I mean, has anyone checked in with Lord?
Cutscene Delorum.
Oh no.
Hey, Lore, you're asleep.
Oh gosh. Yep. He's not gonna know what this is. All his dreams are fucked up.
Yep. You're just kind of vibing. chilling. All of
Well,
a sudden,
actually, no. Whose lore is he dreaming about, Mira? You have to, DM.
fine.
Look, this is the only way I can poke you for the pain you've inflicted on my
Oh, you're
person.
just asking for more pain, darling.
Fine, then do it. Dare you?
Okay. Remember, you asked for this.
Yeah, I'm still gonna give you hell about it.
Lorem, you're dreaming.
Oh, no.
And it's
I already have regrets.
a place you've maybe seen a little bit in kind of shadowy glimpses. But this time, the shadows part for the first time. And you see the castle. You see Sammy chained to a wall, glaring at a blue-skinned man. And you see the moment that defiant glare shatters. And you see his eyes go dull as something comes to the forefront that you never wanted to see. Sammy's numbness again. But this time it's worse. Because that's all that's left of Sammy. Something that can be built up again. No eyelights, just a hollow golden brown gaze. And he looks at you with a gaze that doesn't really see, doesn't recognize you, doesn't really see you. Because he doesn't remember. And the man calls him Nightingale, and that must be his name. And so he responds. And then you're not in the castle anymore. You are in a meadow with rainbow flowers. And Sammy's sitting next to you.
He just stares confused and crying.
Hi, Rem.
Sammy?
Part of... We broke really, really badly.
He takes the Sammy's hand.
You can call me Love. It's the part of me that is him. I'm his love. For you, for everyone. And I felt safest with you.
Lord just hugs him.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's not like you wanted this to happen. I saw you fight.
We tried really hard to protect him.
You did really good. We'll find him.
Yeah. But promise me you'll stay safe. For us.
I will do everything I can to keep myself safe and find you.
Don't be stupid.
I
Pokes.
won't be stupid. Blech.
Pokes him in the forehead.
Pokes you back.
He bursts into giggles.
Yeah. Besides, I can't be stupid. Your sister will be there, so will the professor, I'm sure. Actually, wait. He thinks.
Do you really want to try doing something stupid and harebrained in front of my sister?
Honestly, she scares me, no.
Exactly.
The professor would judge me, and he has a long memory. I don't think I could... In front of Seeker and Amber, fine.
I mean, I...
I'm not saying I'll do something stupid, I was just reflecting. He puts his arms up. Just, I'm sorry.
Hug.
Hugs.
I'm glad I could find you.
I'm glad I have you with me. Is it okay if I tell them what I saw?
Mm-hmm. It's...
Cool.
I'm pretty sure the others went that direction.
Oh! How many? Did you know?
There's Sai, Faith, Innocence, Joy, me, Rage. Then we had to leave Numb behind, which
Yeah.
you probably saw.
Yeah, that's not good. He does not do well without you. Okay, let's see. Gives Love another big hug.
So
Holds face.
I think that's 6 of us. We might...
6 that are out and about, 7 total.
Yeah.
Okay, well, if we count 4, he counts on his fingers. Okay, then they're probably all with the professor and Sasha and them. Except... Okay, I'll figure it out later. Alright.
Yeah, I'm honestly kind of glad I could give you something good. It's
Oh,
not
yeah.
the best news, but...
Oh, well, I mean, it is a little bit, because it means that, a lot of you is safe, despite your body and a 7th of who you identify is not. Okay, that sounds way worse than,
Yeah,
I'm trying to look on the bright side here.
it's kind of sucky all around.
Yeah, probably does not feel good.
We're not supposed to be alone.
Well, if what happened, you're not. Except for Numb.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about, because they could do anything to Numb.
They really could. Alright. When I wake up, I gotta remember the castle, Blue Man, 7. He's like making notes of things that he needs to write in the letter.
Mm-hmm. Love just kind of wraps his arms around your waist and just leans in. Comfort.
Mm-hmm. I think Lord probably starts to feel himself wake up, and he just hugs Sammy, hugs him, well, Love, and says, "It's gonna be all right," and gives him a big kiss.
Melt. Just absolute putty in your arms.
Mm-hmm. The first things he's doing when he wakes up is writing a letter to the professor.
Mm-hmm. When you wake up, you feel a presence looking over your shoulder.
Oh, he melts in relief. Because that means that's definitely real and not just one of his stupid dreams. That means
Yep.
Love is with him.
Yep. Love
Cool.
is with him.
Rolls over by his dead bed is a bunch of papers. This happens way more than he likes.
Mm-hmm. And I'm going to say that a letter pops up in your pocket, Professor.
Ta-da.
Yep. He just sort of, like, opens it and sighs, like, yes, this figures. That makes sense. And he starts penning a letter back, explaining a lot.
Mm-hmm. Lorem did list out all of the 7 aspects, meaning, Professor, you're left with you probably have innocence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. So
Yep.
yeah, he's gonna tell Laura what's up.
Nice. Cool.
All right.
Damn.
Any other thoughts about all of this?
Definitely. But it's probably gonna have to be next session.
Yeah.
I don't have time to address the goddess in the room.
Dreggs is in the kitchen trying to figure out how to use this completely unmodified kettle. Like, I think she's just trying to bargain with the Ellipsis, like, listen, your person gets caffeine. I do not cause accidental damage. This is to both of our benefit.
Something
Oh my
the
God.
wind whispers, warfare to orange juice.
Oh my gosh. You through some trial and error, you were able to make some tea. And the professor, like, comes in and he's like, who the fuck?
You ended there.
Let's end it there.
Oh, goodness.
Thank you, everyone, for playing with me. I apologize for the length of time. I tried to keep it short. I tried.
That was so fun, though.
That was delightful.
Thank you for running this, Mira. It was a delight.
Of course, I am very
Thanks
happy.
very much.
I am very happy to have you all as players. Thank you so much for joining. And to all of our listeners in the future, thank you for listening, and we'll say goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
Recording.